welcome to our channel. My name is Sarah Brown and I live on an Indian reservation in Washington State. We have been collecting Sasquatch evidence for over 12 years, and the very first person that we met up with is a man named David Ellis. David Ellis is one of the very best people for analyzing audio, and from the very beginning he has spoken so highly of a man named John Andrews. Now, if you know anything about John Andrews, you know that he has some of the very best audio files of a Sasquatch that exist. The last video that we did about Washington State vocals had a lot of his audio in it. And we are going to share some more with you today because we traveled 4 hours away to Wenatchee to the home of John Andrews to meet with him, gather his experiences, some more of his evidence, and also hear some of his theories on Sasquatch. Unfortunately, we had some major technical difficulties with this video. Our audio did not pick up for half of the filming that we did with John. So this video is not going to be quite as thorough and as long as I'd liked it to be, but we are going to do the very best to condense it all and hopefully fill in all of the blanks that were not recorded.
Yeah, years ago, in Boy Scouts got me all started in this thing, and Boy's Life had an article about the Bigfoot, about what went on in Northern California. And once I read that, I immediately saw something was going on, you know, and the Jerry crew was putting a road in called the Go Road in Northern California. In fact, we spent some time there and hiked back in there and spent a couple of nights back in there. But the fact that the Indians, by the way, finally stopped the road because it was going to be going through some special territory of theirs, and they didn't want it going through there. So here's this big, well-paved road ending nowhere. It was kind of surrealistic. See, this road was all starting to, the branches were falling on it, and nobody was taking care of it. So we spent some time up there. But when I read about the fact that the earth-moving equipment was there, as you know, and the big earth-moving wheel that was picked up and rolled and picked up and rolled, and then thrown into a ditch. And then the culverts that were taken from a pile of culverts, and I've worked with road maintenance, and you're talking probably about a 20-foot culvert in order to make a 12-foot road. And the fact that some of those were missing, and they found them a short distance away in a ravine. And it all adds up to being something that you just couldn't explain normally. And so you could either sit there for the rest of your life and be a skeptic, or you could go back and say, something's going on up there. And so that kind of got my introduction into the Bigfoot world. And I've been fascinated ever since. So that was just kind of the beginning of it. And we started in Colorado and did some stupid things, you know, going up and ringing on people's doorbells and asking them if they'd ever seen a big hairy man. And of course, most of them closed the door on our face. And so it's been a long road. And so Colorado was my beginning. Montana was my second area where we did some exploration and talked to some people. And then finally, here in Washington State. We call this the capital of the Bigfoot world. Colorado has a lot going on. And I spent 30 years of my life in Colorado, and then in Montana, and then finally here. And so this is where I've been most active over the years, and taking a lot of hikes into remote areas where we've had things happen. And it's exciting. It's a whole new world. And you start to realize the mystery of the Bigfoot. No one's an expert. There's nobody who's an expert on Bigfoot. And I don't think there ever will be anybody who's an expert on Bigfoot. There's too many dimensions about them, and a lot of them that people find hard to swallow. And I did too, until I heard, I call it dumb experience. By the time I heard enough from people and it was a pattern, you had to start believing something was going on. And some of them are pretty bizarre. And so hopefully before we get done with your visit today, I can play a couple of interesting things that kind of expand your horizon about Bigfoot, maybe their origin even, and their activity around human. So when you get into a campground full of people and something happens, you can never say, well, that was a Bigfoot. and I call it human contamination. People could be making noises, but once you hike off the road and off trail for a good 2 hours, the areas you're going to that are remote enough, there's nobody else in there. So when something happens, you have a higher degree of being able to say, yeah, we definitely think this is Bigfoot activity. And we've got a couple of areas like that that have been consistent when we go in and hike in there. I have a handful of people I enjoy getting out with now that are objective and try to be honest. And a lot of people I just decide I don't want to get out with anymore. So I still get out, still enjoy it. Camp, if you can. Get out your tent out. If you sleep in a vehicle, that's fine, but that's going to insulate you from the activity. So get a tent, set it out there, put up your tape recorder.
What's the craziest encounter you've ever had with Sasquatch?
I've never seen one, I'll tell that. But actually, probably about a year ago, Paul and I were out in an area that even total strangers will tell you is a spooky area, and it's a valley that we go into, and Paul's been there for some time. And so we were out there and put up my tape recorder, and into the night, a couple of hours, we heard this big sound of something hitting something. Discovered later it was a Jeep. They had a Jeep. Twisted the mirror around. We actually could see where the hands had come down the side of the vehicle. Big 2-inch patterns of a hand that appeared like coming down. And so within maybe 40 minutes of us hitting Sac, and again, we slept through this, but it recorded it, you could hear something moving in the background. Again, single footsteps. And they came right up to our tent and stomped around our tent. Just a it sounded just like I call it like a 300-pound man on a barroom floor. It was just a boom, 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 right up to our tent, and did that. That was preceded by little rocks and stones and things being thrown at our tent, and then they came right up to it. And they did that 3 times. They went away and came back up and went away and came back up. And during that same night, we had, and I'll play it for you, surveillance by some unknown thing. We're sure of it now. This is on the road. I've been there twice, but never had a car go by in a day and a half. So it's a place nobody seems to go because of lack of recreation opportunities, I think. And so we hear this sort of a coming by our camp, sound like a big moth. And then within moments later, coming by our camp again. It was mechanical, I'm sure. It wasn't an animal. It was very steady. There was no light source, as if it were a motorcycle. We couldn't describe that, and yet we found out that's happened in the East Coast to someone. There's also YouTube where you can hear the same thing going on during Bigfoot activity. Another friend of mine's had even a more bizarre thing happen to him. Mechanical, something came down right next to it, his tent, and stayed around there with a strange noise. The noise increased and it flew off into the sky. What we call the purr sound. And again, it's not dramatic, but the fact that it happened in a remote area, there was no one else around, and it's just happened to other people in similar situations elsewhere. We thought it was a drone. I did some research on drones, and there was some that sound very similar. But you're in an area of high trees with a limited area between, in the clearing, you might get 30 feet of clearing in that area where the road is there. Some of these drones far exceed that, the ones that sound. You wouldn't be able to get a drone down as close, I don't think, to where we were. What is it? What is the interest in what you're doing? Why have you been picked out to have this surveillance going on? Is it extraterrestrial? It's hard for me to say. But whatever it is some form of technology, and they're interested in what you're doing. So that was another dimension I hadn't thought about until this happened. And then during that same night, I'll play it for you, a Bigfoot sound. It definitely is a Bigfoot sound during that night. So multiple things happened during this particular time up there, which were unusual. It wasn't just one incident or two. It was several incidents that happened to us during that time. So I always tell people, don't go by yourself. Take someone with you. They can add a dimension of rationale to what you're doing. And that helps if someone else says, yeah, I was with him, and yeah, this happened. If you're a single person, they could try to poo-poo you. It's harder to do that when there's two people that are out there. And it's also for your protection as well. So I've gone out a lot by myself, but anymore I don't do that. Have someone go along with you. There's people who've had dramatic things happen to them, one night or two nights, probably more than I have, in a single incident. But that's the first time. They don't have none of the depth of experience, I guess, I think that people get if you've had a long time going out and doing this. So be aware of it. Sounds at night, sound of wood knocks. I don't know what you have on your tape, by the way, that you got from me. Do you have the rock knocks, the wood knocks? You've got all that?
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. Hang on. Don't do nothing. I know, I heard it.
Some wood knocking up on the mountainside to our left. I'm going to do yell.
Well, that interaction between all of us is part of the tape, and that was kind of neat.
That's what makes those audio clips so good.
Then
is
there's
the
the one where
reactions.
there's the what the.
And that's where, yeah, I was almost asleep in the car, because I'd probably been there 40 times. I'll go up at night after work and stay until 2 o'clock in the morning, come back home, and so, I did that for a long number. And you don't have a lot happen. Realize that, folks. 1 in 10 is a good track record when you go out. If you expect to get rich off this, don't expect to do that. If you expect entertainment every other time, don't expect that. It could happen, but it's patience. It's having that goal in front of you that says, hey, as you go by in a car, you drive up to your spot and you're excited. Another car drives by. If I say, hey, what are you doing tonight? We're going to go and hopefully have fun. So this is an area I've been into where we've had a kind of a pattern of activity going on. And, there's so many things I'll do. I could go on forever, but I'll try to not say a lot of these things we can talk about at some point if you want to.
What did you think about the tree fall incident when that happened?
Well, I've had several go on. The one recording, I've got a recording, I don't know if you've got it, from Nate Helgeson, if you want to hear it. It's amazing. And we had, I've had 2 or 3 happen here in some other areas. The one on the tape, the only one on the tape I know of on my sequence I gave you is by my friends who go up and you could barely hear the tree start to come down and they jump into their vehicle.
Here, I'm on.
Red wood knocking.
Did you hear that scream? Might be coming up behind us. There he goes again. Mm-hmm. Go. Holy shit!
And then they drive off.
Yeah.
Okay, that's humorous. And these are people who've been out for years and you know what's going on. So you've got that, but I've got one I'll play you that is fantastic by Nate. He's with a Japanese fellow. He's married to a Japanese girl, and so the community, they get to know them. This guy wasn't a Nobel Prize, it was something else he and some friends got for work on sound analysis. He took him up to the mountains, up in the Blue Mountains. And they're driving along, and this guy's purely scientific, you know, kind of cold-minded. Nate, you know, he's a very social guy, and he's talking to this guy about the Bigfoot, and this guy's saying, oh, Bigfoot, myth. Oh, myth, Bigfoot, yeah. So they drive up to this spot, takes him out, and this guy picks up immediately on glowing eyes that they saw off the ground. He immediately picks up the significance of that. It didn't take him long to figure out something was going on, and it might have been a Bigfoot. So in this tape, the guy puts out Japanese. He goes, bawa. And then there's a 10-second quietness, and then you can hear the tree coming down. And then Nate says, there you are. And then after that, the guy says, Bigfoot in America.
こんばんは。お元気ですか?
They just pushed over a tree.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
So that was really a classic case of recognition by someone who was very intelligent, recognized the importance of what was going on.
John Andrews is a very good artist. He is currently working on a wax figure of a Sasquatch that is one of the best depictions that I've ever seen in art. He also likes making life-size cardboard cutouts of a Sasquatch to give people an idea of how big these are when you come across them. This cardboard cutout that he did was 9 feet tall, which is a common height with Sasquatch. We filmed John talking about a branch that he'd found in the woods that was twisted and woven together. Unfortunately, the audio did not pick up for this clip, so here's that branch. But this is another common behavior with Sasquatch. For whatever reason, they twist oftentimes the branches, and we've actually seen this on our property, including one of my mulberry trees.
This is from Bob. We spent some time there. We're talking 1958, folks. Before Bigfoot was even thought of that much. Perfect. Sandbar, we figure close to 1,000 pounds to have made the weight to push this in. Sand, rarely in nature do you find a place where you can find a good footprint. That's a perfect example of a fantastic print, size of the heel, the double ball, which is not a human trait on it. And so I thought that was really a neat example of and then the protrusion here, again, a lot of non-human features. And then here's the Patty one from Patty. You've probably seen this one. This is the Bob Gimlin. This is the Patty print, signed by good old Bob. Definitely lighter, female, narrow heel. Now this is one that no one else has, which is scary. From the lady in Monroe. Look at the size of, look at that. Look how that compares to Patty. Or that one. Much, much bigger by far. You can see the individual prints. This lady lived with her daughter. She didn't call me, and I called her back, and someone else gave me this to return to her, and I called her. I didn't know where she lived, and she never called me back. But she heard this out in the forest, tearing trees down. And she got frightened. She found it, and somebody made a cast for her. She made it. Toes. It had swung. I've got the back part of it. It just swung itself around. Was swinging itself around in deep mud. Oh. Now you tell me, does a bear make that? No. Oh my God.
Whoa.
19th of April.
And there's
2003.
There's 3 of us here.
3 of us here, and we just heard 4 loud vocalizations and 2 groans.
Yeah, I think in this case I've got 3 of those. Okay, very good. Okay.
We're in the company of John Andrews, who's doing the taping, and Nancy Smith and Richard Grover. And there's nobody up here but us.
And all the frogs are completely quiet.
The frogs just quit croaking.
It's kind of an overcast night.
Last night.
Very still.
Still, no breeze.
Okay, good.
Did you get it? Yes. Vocalizations occurred around 1 o'clock in the morning, and we also heard what sounded like 2 children chattering back and forth and yelling at each other.
As well as a couple of low moans.
Low moans.
Shut it up. Because I'm going to respond. Shut it up. I'm trying to. Oh my God. It's a good one. God damn.
Communicating with us. So we're about to enter a little saga here, and we've heard close to 8 vocalizations. All quiet.
July 2024, and we are heading to Bumping Lake, Washington. We are going to be hearing from our friend named Tristan Yolton, who has done a lot of research in the Bumping Lake area, and he has captured one of the very best audio clips that we have ever heard. It's one of my absolute favorites. He calls it a chorus, and that's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like a chorus. So we're going to share a couple audio clips from him with you, and there's also been some prints gathered. Now, in 2022, November of 2022, my dad's cousin went with 11 other men to Bumping Lake to hunt. And they came across some interesting findings that caused them to actually leave. They found some footprints that were way too big to be human. And they also found some odd structures. And also notable is they found a bunch of dead grouse that were sitting up on top of a tree stump that he said was too high for them to reach. It was over 10 feet high. These footprints, they don't have anything in the picture for scale to give you a size for scale because these guys are not Bigfoot investigators. However, he said that all of them were far too big to be human. And one of them looks like it might even have a sixth toe. We also have a compilation of some stories from fellow researchers that we'll be sharing with you in this film. And you're going to want to stick around to the end because we have some really special stories from an Army vet that just absolutely blew my mind. Things that have happened to him since his childhood. So I hope you enjoy it, and welcome to Bumping Lake.
My name is Tristan Yolton. I'm from Washington, and I've been researching Sasquatch since 2015 when my father heard two whoops on this hill behind our house in February 2015 while he was taking the trash out. And a few weeks later after that, he told my mother and I about it, and my mother and I went up on this hill, put out a jar of peanut butter and some peanut butter crackers in a wrapper, and I had an old audio recorder. And I strapped that to a stump. And then we went back. And then the next day, we went back up there, and the peanut butter jar had finger holes inside at the bottom where the peanut butter was. And we had possible dermal ridges on the side of the peanut butter jar. And the peanut butter wrapper, the peanut butter crackers are all gone, and the wrapper was neatly opened. It wasn't ripped open like maybe a bear would do. It was very neatly opened. And my audio recorder was unharmed visually. There was no scratches or teeth marks on it. But when I took it home and listened to it, apparently after an hour, my mom and I left. Something came in and ate the food, put its hand in the peanut butter jar, and you can hear it. Notice my audio recorder, and it comes over to the audio recorder with this really loud feedback kind of a sound, and it was fumbling and growling while messing with my audio recorder, and you can hear that. So after that event, I got involved with the local Bigfoot group, and we started camping around in various places, including here at Bumping Lake and here at Rock Camp. I started to put audio recorders up on this hill over here where we're camped, and I started getting speech audio here. We think the Sasquatch are coming down this ridge, this Nelson Ridge here, and we think they're checking us out at the campfire, which is over here. And then a few years later, in July 18th, 2020, my mother and I were at another camp called California Camp, and at 2 in the morning, I had an audio recorder out on my mom's truck, a Tascam, and at 2 in the morning, we had these, what I call the chorus audio, this multiple individuals singing like an opera, like a big chorus. Like there's I think a possible male that starts it off, and then you hear these higher singing voices chime in, like possibly females or juveniles chiming in, and that went on for a half hour straight, constant, no breaks in between. Really, it's just like it just constantly kept going and going. Yeah, we've actually casted some prints at this lake before, and I definitely think they'll use this lake. Absolutely, probably at night, maybe at the early morning hours when people are not around. They probably feel comfortable in doing that. So here we are at Rock Camp. This is a hill that I usually capture my speech audio. There's a big rock shale back here. There's a giant ridge which is called Nelson Ridge, and we think the Sasquatch come down this ridge and check out the campers here. While we're the campers there's a campfire there, so I usually put my audio recorders like right here, right at the top here, and right over here. And also, if I have a parabolic, I'll have the parabolic shooting right up this trail here, up the hill. Oh! I don't know what it is, but it's interesting. And the language sounds like it kind of sounds like a human speaking, but it's in a native language with some utterances. So it's very unique, very distinguished, and there's no English words you can discern.
I know some of you probably have heard me and Shane talking. We've been, since Monday, kind of going off behind California Camp. It's on the table. Okay. Going off behind California Camp and pushing into a big old growth cedar grove that we have found back there. When we got there on Monday, it's the first time we had found it. On our way out, we came around a big downfall cedar, a big root ball, and we get this big crack, and it's right by us. It's some kind of a rock hitting a rock. Shane goes down immediately, hits the deck because it's so loud and so close. I freeze.
Startled him pretty good.
He asked, "Did you hear that?" And he's like, "Of course I heard that, Shane. It was right next to us." And so, out of instinct, Shane being a bear hunter, he's, hey bear," because
you don't want to.
Yeah, and then we get
a scared bear.
Crack again, and then Shane turns to me and goes, "You're carrying a gun, right?" I'm like, "No, we just came out here to put audio." And we went out there to put audio, and we just started wandering, looking for prints, and we just kind of got way out there.
And-
Nice old growth cedar stand. So eventually we just kind of walk over, try to find some sticks and poke around, because we had nothing but a Pepsi can and a beer can. And that was not going to do any good. We never found it. We never found the rocks, and we never heard it leave. We never heard any brush break. So whatever was there was still there when we went out, because the ground was full of downfall, full of loud twigs. We went back in on Tuesday. We found a little bit different spot of the old growth cedar. We found a really odd. The tree itself wasn't odd that it was dead and broken, but there was an oddly placed piece of bark on top. It seemed out of place. Maybe it wasn't, but we stopped there and it, kind of examined it, threw it off the ground. Shane started cussing at the Sasquatch and dared him to put it back up. I hear some little rock clacks. Shane didn't hear them, but we keep exploring. Eventually get back, and Shane reviews the audio. Rock clacks are there, and then in the distance there's 3 loud knocks that we didn't hear because the ground was so noisy. It's a doo doo doo, and they're deep, so they're in the distance. So again, we go back there on Wednesday. We take Lorenzo with us. He stepped up and went with us. As we're busting through this brush, and this is not an easy place to get to. It's really hard to get there. Shane's busting through, and I'm behind him, and I see what I think is an impression. And I say, Shane, did you step here? Is this you? And he says, yeah, that's me. I'm like, no, I don't think it is. You need to come back and look at this. So he comes back and he's like, yeah, that's not me. Because this is bigger than my foot, and my foot's bigger than Shane's foot. This is about 15.5 by 6 inches wide.
So Wednesday night, about 8 o'clock, Tristan was over by his truck sitting in his camp chair, and he asked me and Rachel if we had heard a knock. And we did not, because we were talking. We had Disney music playing for Lydia, and we just were talking and catching up. About 8:30, we heard a noise from back behind John Ray's camp. So I went over and asked John if he had heard anything. And he said, no, my ears aren't good anymore. I didn't hear anything. I came back and I was sitting here and I saw something walk from John Ray's camp into the woods. 2 steps, 1 Mississippi, it was gone. And the only way I can explain it is that it looked like what you see through a thermal when it's set in black hot. It looked like a Sasquatch, black hot, walking through. That's the only way I can explain it. It almost looked caricature in nature, but it was about 6 foot tall, and it was about 8:45 on Wednesday, August 7th, I think, in the evening. And I struggled with it because I couldn't explain the image that I saw. It had the side profile of a Bigfoot, but the way it looked at that twilight time of the night, it made it look, like I said, caricature. And that was it. It was like a flash, and it was over. So later I contacted John Ray, asked him if he heard anything that night. He said yes, he did hear something around his tent and moving around his tent that night.
2008, I was on an expedition with the BFRO at Bumping Lake, Washington. I want to tell you the story about my sighting and what we learned from it. So during the expedition, one of the families was comprised of 2 gentlemen, and they each had a 12-year-old son. And they were riding their bikes and everything, doing what kids do around the logging roads, around the area all that time. And come Friday night, they went out on a night walk with a lot of the other people that were participating. And when they were coming back to camp late at night, about 11 o'clock, there were supposedly 2 barred owls, one on each side of them, hooting back and forth, going, hoo 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 hoo, ah, blah, blah, blah. So they tried to mimic barred owls, but they really weren't. But the long and short of it is they followed these boys into their camp. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, we're all on the radio, and the fathers of the boys are on the radio saying that they have little Sasquatches running around their cars looking at them and peeking out from behind their cars. And the 2 fathers and 2 sons are sitting on the middle of their picnic table with a lantern watching all this go on. While up a little berm, there was a taller Sasquatch looking over a tarp that had been set up around their bathroom area. So we had adult Sasquatches watching little Sasquatches run around and look at these boys and basically trying to have fun with them. So while this was going on, about 80 yards to the south, I was sitting up high on the berm where the taller Sasquatch was, but only about 80 yards away, as I said. And I'm standing there and I'm listening to all this on the radio. And down the berm, there's a bunch of trees. And so when I was looking down the berm, coming down the trees, there would, behind a tree, there would peek out about 6 feet in height a pair of yellow orangish eyes, and then about 3 feet tall, a pair of green eyes would peek out and then move back. They did this continuously down about 4 trees as they got closer to me. After a while, they went back the same way they came. About 15 minutes after that, I was still looking in the direction of the camp where the boys were, and up from a low depression near the road steps a creature with red glowing eyes, and it looked at me as it was traveling the way it wanted to go, and I was standing in its way. And the creature looks at me for about 2 seconds, and then it turns, and then it walks down the logging road that I was standing on. So later the next day, I went back and measured how high the creature was. The eyes were at the same level as a branch that was 9.5 feet off the ground. So that was really cool. So I had a sighting. This creature was black. I couldn't see very many details, but it's a black creature that was blacker than the black around it. There was no moonlight at the time. There was nothing shining on the eyes. The eyes were glowing. And so were the green eyes and orangish yellow eyes that I had seen previously. There was no moonlight out, so there's no light to be reflected. The next night, one of my friends, Mr. Dale Southwick, he had a Russian night vision binoculars with infrared assist on it. And he said he was going to sit with me in the same spot at my camp the next night to see if the same thing would happen. Well, sure enough, about the same time, the same thing started happening. The green eyes and the yellowish orange eyes came down the berm from behind the trees, poking out from behind the trees, and got closer to me. And as they were doing this and as they got closer, Mr. Southwick trained the night vision binoculars on this area, and in order to see better, he hit the infrared assist button on the night vision binoculars. Immediately after he hit the night vision assist, which puts out infrared light, the creatures ran in different directions. We heard about 5 creatures take off from camp. They went down the berm towards the field that we have back there, and then they went the other way through camp. But the second the infrared assist was turned on, all the Sasquatch activity stopped. It was like the electric air that was there when the Sasquatches are there, the balloon burst, and all of a sudden we knew that the Sasquatches had left and they were not coming back. So an important thing we learned, we think the Sasquatches can see the infrared light that's emitted by night vision scopes, cameras, and trail cams. That might be the reason why we don't have a lot of Sasquatches on trail cams, because we think they might be able to see in the infrared spectrum.
as a young kid, I'm looking up at them, and they're right here in the trees. And they were built like, oh my gosh. It was like this group of trees right here, but they were closer together. But it was about 10 feet across. And they were up about 20 feet. And they had boards and logs, or not boards, but logs. I don't even know how they even got them up there. They must have jammed them between the trees. But me and my grandpa are standing there like, what the hell is this? And they were all around us. You know, and there was bones, and there was fish, there was salmon. All around us. And Dad's, you know, looking at this, and Grandpa, you know, and I'm just like, I don't know what this is. So Dad actually climbed up a tree and got in one and was looking over the edge saying, hey, I don't, you know, what is this? And Grandpa's yelling at him, get the, you know, get down. Just get your ass out of there. We need to leave now. Because I think he kind of knew better. And then Dad climbed down, and then we walked out. But as further out that ledge we walked, there was more and more. There had to have been at least 30 of them in there. And then Grandpa said, yeah, these son of a bitches will be gone in a month and a half. I don't know what that means. I guess the salmon's gone? I don't know. But Grandpa knew what was going on. And he kept pushing us to get out of there. Let's get out of here. Let's get out. And he had his rifle with him, and he had it ready to go. You know, it's like, dude, if we run, you know, let's just get out of here. So we did, and Dad and Grandpa argued for quite a while of what that was. And Grandpa's like, dude, I don't think Grandpa wanted to say. He just said, let's get our asses out of here. Let's just go. We're not supposed to be here. This is something we, you know, he knew what it was, but I think he was trying to put it off to my dad, like, let's just get out of here. He just called them monkeys. That's what my grandpa called them. He always said, them goddamn monkeys. And you could hear them at night. You know, you'd hear them across the river or up on the hillsides just going off, man. And Dad would say, what the hell's going on? And you know, them goddamn monkeys are just chirping, you know, just doing their thing. And I remember laying there in that cabin, listening to that, just, you know, just whatever they were doing. And that's what I was told. If you go to the river, you don't go until it's daylight. And then go down the river. And I did as an 8-year-old. I was down there fishing. I never had any problems. I never heard nothing until at night. And then Grandpa would say, yeah, they're out tonight. Just stay in the cabin. And we'll bring the horses and mules up. And he had a corral right off his cabin that was built kind of in a egg shape. And his bed was right at the window. And like I said, he had his 32 lever action up there. So if anything happened, if they started rustling around, he'd get that off there. And he was ready to shoot it out. He didn't want nothing messing with his horses and mules. So that was my grandpa on my dad's side. Oh, my grandpa on my mom's side? Holy shit, man. Things got really real on this one. They came from Des Moines, Iowa, him and 3 of his brothers. And I'm just going to tell the whole story. They bummed out on a train from Des Moines, Iowa, out to Cascade Locks, Oregon. They got off the train and they walked across the Bridge of the Gods and they went over to the Hagerwall Mill. As far as I know, there was a mill right there in Stevenson. It's called the Hagerwall Mill. And they got a job, got a place to live. The next day, the first day on the job, my grandpa's second brother was killed. He was killed dead. He was feeding a planer with boards, and the board kicked back, hit him in the chest, and killed him. So my grandpa's third brother stayed there and working. Hagerwald Mill paid for my grandpa to take his body back by train back to Des Moines and bury him. And then they buried him, and then coming back, another brother had joined. Anyway, so another brother came back. He was like number 12 of 12 kids. So his brother came back, They kept working there until they got enough money, and then they settled in the Raymond, Hoquiam, Aberdeen area. So and this is during like the 20s, 30s, and somewhere in there. I'm not sure, but anyway, they settled in that area, and they started logging up in the Olympic Peninsula. He said the further they got back into that peninsula, the more and more bad stuff started happening. Okay, so it was, they would go out and work, and they'd have a man camp they would come back to during the day. He said it was all the logs and stuff were pulled by horses, and then it turned into like railroad. You know, they would go in with like small gauge railroad stuff and load the logs on and ship it out. He said there was days that they would go in there, and they had the old 2-man saws where, you know, and then the springboards, they would get up 12 feet above the stump there, or trunk, or whatever you want to call it, and they would put their, you know, cuts in and cut the trees down. The further that they got in there, the more problems that they started having. Like, they would go into their work area, these saws would be grabbed and like twisted like pretzels, like twisted all the way around like 2 or 3 times. And these are the old 2-man saws that would, you know, cut the trees down, put their undercuts in and stuff. Or they would find them like grabbed and like bent like this, like bent in half, like something grabbed it and just threw them all down. So they started having to bring all their equipment out with them. And he said there was one time that they left some axes. There was about 10 axes that when they were done, they would come to an area and they would leave the whips and the axes and all their equipment there. That they went in there, and there was a tree like this one back here, a big one. All those axes were about 45 to 50 feet in the tree, and they were buried in there so hard that they had a climber go up there, and he couldn't get them out. They actually had to fall the tree and cut the axes out of the tree when it hit the ground. And they were just like, you know, like, what's going on here? You know, how does that happen? So anyway, they felled the tree, they got the axes out, and then it got to being so bad, the last camp that they pushed out to, which was about 10 miles further, and they were building tracks to, the man camp was getting attacked, and the workers were getting attacked. Guys were actually disappearing. The loggers were actually just disappearing. And this is back in the 30s. And so what the company did is they armed everybody with actually 32 special lever action rifles. So they would go out on a perimeter and actually guard the workers. And then at night, they weren't having problems with them at that point, but at night when they were back in the man camp, they were getting attacked. Like, people were still disappearing. Their food stocks were disappearing. And I asked my grandpa at that point, I said, well, did you guys, you know, shoot them out, you know, or like get in a shootout? He said, there's some things you just don't want to talk about. And he wouldn't say any more about that. They were getting attacked at the man camps, and then they armed people, and it got so bad that they made 2-man groups, because even the guys that were armed were disappearing. They would find their rifles and maybe a boot or a hat or whatever. So they armed the second person with the 12-gauge shotgun, and the first one had a lever action rifle, a 32 special. And as far as back as I can get, I think around 1932, the 32 specials came out. I think that's why it's, I don't know. I think that's why it's called the 32 special. But anyway, they would have to guard the loggers during the day, and they would have to guard the man camps at night, and the horses especially, because he said there was one morning they went out and they heard the horses and everything rustling around. Most of them were gone, but they found about 6 of them dead in the corrals, and they'd been like beaten to death. So,
Wow.
yeah, it was like, and kind of looking back on that, I think if you're pushing into my property, I have a feeling that they didn't want them there, and they were fighting back more and more and more. They had problems with the railroad, like railroad cars, because it was a narrow gauge. It wasn't very big. They would find them tipped over, just on their sides, just tipped over, like they didn't want them going back in there. So they would come in and just tip them over. Gosh. And then my uncle told me one time, my grandpa's brother, he told me one time that they went up to the landing and they had like 18-inch foot tracks that walked up, and they had wooden barrels of water for the horses and the men. So when they come in, they could always get water, and they were always bringing water in. They found these full barrels picked up, and you could tell by the footprints when they walked up there, they were about an inch in the ground. They would pick them up, and they would go about 3 inches in the ground. They would pick up the whole freaking barrel, and they just threw them down over the side of these ravines, and they would find them broke up down there. And he's like, yeah, we didn't know what we were dealing with, Everything I'm telling you, I'm just repeating what I was told.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a lot that I'm forgetting.
You were a little kid.
Yeah, I was just a little kid. I was about 8 years old, and I was just looking at him like, what? And
Now it's all making sense.
yeah, and now it's starting to come around full circle because, yeah. And then I had my encounter, and I'm just looking at it like, oh my God, man, this is what my grandpa was talking about right here. When he said those goddamn monkeys are back. He said in about a month and a half they'll be gone. And I think what he was talking about was when the salmon are gone, I think they're down there getting fish. And then once that's gone, their food source is gone, I think they move either further up the mountain or wherever they go. I don't know.
The nests like grass? Like were they made out of grass?
No, they were actually made out of tree limbs and boughs like this.
Oh, okay.
And they were about 20 feet up.
Oh.
But they would be built like gosh, yeah, so something like this right here, where there's about 10 feet. So it would be 20 feet up, and there would be, I don't know how they did it. I can remember looking up at them, and they were built within about 4 or 5 trees right here. So they could climb up and just lay in them, I guess. Yeah, I spent 8 years in the Army infantry. I've done a couple tours in Iraq. This happened in, what was it?
2015?
No, it was 2016.
Oh, not long ago then.
No.
8 years ago.
Yeah, it was about like that. So I was in South Central Washington. I was out turkey hunting, and I was on private property. Well, I should back up. The week before it started, I went in and I built me a blind. Okay, and this blind, I should say, when you pull up in there, I'm about 10 miles from any house, and I'm about 7 miles up the road. It's all private property. There's only one road in, one road out. There's nobody that can get in there. And it's all private property. I'm about 5 to 7 miles up the road. I'm probably 10 miles from any house in any direction. We have a couple cabins about 2 miles up the hill from where I had my experience. And I went in there the week before, and I built a blind. And it was, the right-hand side was up against a tree, and it looked like a one-seat outhouse. And I built it out of just limbs and stuff that were laying on the ground with baling wire and everything. Had a door in the back. I had a 5-gallon bucket with a board on it. and I had a shooting port right here. So I was facing directly west. I was looking at Mount Adams. Yeah, so I put a top on it, but I didn't tie the top down. I just put sticks and stuff up on there, and yeah, I mean, it was pretty basic. So anyway, I backed out. Off to my left is Creek right here, and I went up and back down the road to my truck and left. Well, that morning coming up there, it was dark. It was absolutely pitch black. I got up there, and where I parked, it was a landing for a logging outfit. It was just a landing. And off to my left here was about a 250 acre clear cut that was cut off. And that was the first landing. And if you went up the road, straight up the road, about 3/4 of a mile was the second landing. Okay, so it was about 3/4 of a mile up the road. But if you go up the road, there's a road that turns and goes up to the right, and there's 2 cabins that we have access to. We have friends that own those cabins, and it's about 2 miles above us. But if you go to the second landing and you stop, it's still clear cutted off to the side, but there's creek coming down right there. And if you go down that, the road only goes across the creek and up a little ways and stops. There's a meadow right there, and it's an L-shaped meadow. So when I stopped, I got out. It was dark. I got my shotgun out, my backpack, put it on, and I was loading my shotgun because I cleaned it the night before. And I put my 4th round into it, and I thought, oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit, I forgot my plug. And I put the 5th round in, and I was like, damn it, I forgot to put my plug back in. So I thought, you know what, if I get caught, I'm going to get a ticket anyway. So I just loaded it up with 6 rounds of 3-inch Magnum double-aught buck. So each one of them has like 9 pellets. They're 36 caliber bullets. And that's what I like to shoot out there because it's a lot more open than here. So if you get turkeys that hang up a lot further out, you can reach out and hit them with that. All you need is 1. But anyway, so I just loaded it up with 6 rounds, and I took off walking up this road. Is what I was going to do is walk straight up this road past the road that went up to the cabins, and I was going to drop down off the second landing, cross the creek, and then go up to the other side and then get into my blind. Well, at the last minute, I thought, well, it's dark enough. I don't really want to scare these turkeys and stuff coming out. So I cut up when the road come into view. It's an intersection. I just went up about 100 yards and I cut into the left. I went down to the creek, crossed it, and I came into the back side of my blind. But the thing was, it was just starting to get light out where I could just barely see anything on the ground, and it was nice and wet. It was really quiet. I was super quiet getting in there. When I came up to my blind, I noticed that the top had been taken off of it, and it was laying in front of the door, so I couldn't even open the door. So I'm kind of looking at this like, you know what, how did this happen, you know? So anyway, I picked up the sticks and I put them back up on there, and then I opened the door up and I went inside and I sit down. I put my backpack on the left side and I put my shotgun on the right side. So as I'm sitting there, I'm just kind of waiting for it to get light out, you know, and just kind of dinking around and not making any noise. Freaking mosquitoes. Yeah, I kept hearing something, but I never really thought about it or anything. So as it started getting lighter and lighter, I'm thinking about getting my stuff ready because the turkeys would come off the hill and come across this meadow, and they'd go down to the creek and get water or whatever they did. And this meadow that I was at, it was an L-shaped meadow. So it went out like this, and it turned to an L shape towards the creek. Along the right side, it was about 60 yards long. This side was about 40 yards long, and then it turned. And it went almost to the creek, and then it stopped. So I'm like, okay, you know, I'm just waiting and waiting for daylight to start. And then I started hearing talking. And I'm like, looking around, you know, I'm sitting in my blind. And I'm waiting for it to get light, and I heard talking. And I'm just like, that sounds like people talking, you know? And I'm like, there's no way. This is one road in, this is private property. I'm 10 miles, I know nobody walked in here, and I'm like, what is going on here, you know? And I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. So I actually leaned up and put my head out the blind, and then I figured out it was coming from the front of me to the left. And I sit down and I was like, God damn it, man, there's somebody else in here. This is bullshit, man. They're not supposed to be here. So I was just getting ready to get out of the blind and go over there. I wasn't even going to take my shotgun with me. I was just going to go over there and tell them, hey, y'all need to get out of here because this is private property. And then I happened to look over, and where it turned and went left, I seen something moving, coming across. And I'm like, well, what is this, you know? And then as this thing came out, it wasn't tall trees like this. It was low scrub stuff. And this thing was bent over like this as it came out. And then it stood up like that, right in front of me, about 45 yards in front of me, just to my left. And it was only out about 2 feet out of the trees. And I'm like, I'm looking at this thing like, I have to tell you honest, I was like, what the am I looking at, you know? Like, holy shit. I didn't know what to do, and I reached over for my shotgun, and I thought, no, don't move. Just get your shit together. Just stay here. Just don't move. Don't move. So I'm looking at it, and it was looking north. I was looking west, and I had a breeze in my face, so I knew. I didn't figure this out till later, but I don't think that's how it smelled me, because I came up the creek and came down, and the wind was in my face. And it was about 7.5 feet tall. It was a big, big guy. And it looked black, but it looked kind of gray at that time. Anyway, I don't know how to explain that one. So anyway, it was looking up on the hillside, never looked at me at all. Just never looked at me. I seen the right side view from here this way. And it was just looking up on the hillside. And I was like, what is this thing doing, you know? And then it did a merp chirp. And I can't even, I've tried to mimic that, but it was like, I'll try to do my best. It was like a merp chirp, merp chirp, merp chirp. But it was different than that. Merp chirp is what it sounded like to me. And then it stood there for and this whole experience lasted for about 10 minutes at 45 yards. And then it slowly backed up, and it bent down and went back into the trees, and I could see it moving through there. And I'm just like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? You know, like, and I thought, just don't panic, keep your together. Just keep it together. So anyway, I'm sitting there for about 2 minutes, and I see movement again, and it came out again, and it did the same thing. It ducked under some trees, came out about the same spot, and it did the same thing. It never moved its arms. It never did anything. It just stood there like this. Never looked at me, didn't look anywhere but straight north, and it was merp chirp, merp chirp, merp chirp. Well, I'm ruining that one because I can't even do what it did. But it stood there for about 2 minutes, and then this arm, I didn't see the arm. It never moved the whole arm. It just went like this. something like that. And then I see movement coming out again, and I'm like, oh, there's two of them. And then this one came out and did the same thing. It ducked down and stood up, and it walked over. And this one was the first one I think was about 7.5 feet. This one walked out and was about 6.5 feet. I think it was taller than me. But it walked up to the one that was looking north, but it was facing more like northwest. It was about a 45-degree angle to the one that was standing there, and it didn't do anything. So I'm like, oh, there's two of them. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And then, yeah, man, it was crazy, dude. So the next thing that happened was I noticed on this one that it had two black stripes. It was right under its armpits, almost to its back, and it had two black stripes right to here. But I couldn't tell, you know, it had its arms like this as far as I could tell at that point. And then I'm sitting there watching them, and then that one turned just a little bit, not completely 90 degrees to me, but it turned just enough to where I could see this is a female, because I could see her boobs. And I'm like, oh, you know, like, oh. And then it turned just a hair more, but it never did anything. It just stood there. Then I noticed her hands were like this. And then I realized between her boobs, I could see just a little bit of a head sticking out like this. Just I mean, I don't know how to say this, but anyway, her boobs were right here, and then the head was like sticking out just a hair where I could see. And I think it was sleeping, but I think it was holding on to her like this. And his legs were around her hips, like a mother would hold a child. And I'm like, oh my God.
Those were the black stripes.
Those were the black stripes, which was its arms holding on like this, and its legs were holding on around her hips right here. And they both looked the same. They looked black, but they looked gray. So I'm sitting there like, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, oh my God, here's a male and a female, and they got a little one. So I decided right there on the spot in my mind, if they took one step at me, I was going to grab my shotgun and I was going to step out the back door, but I was going to keep the shotgun behind that door and say, hello, hello, you know, hello, I'm here. I'm not sure what would have happened at that point, but I was pretty much prepared for that point because I had 2 extra rounds in my pocket. And I'd actually reached in and grabbed him. I had him in my hand. So I had 6 in my shotgun and 2 in my hand. And that was the only thing I probably could have done. But they never looked at me. They never, I don't know, smelled me. They didn't do anything. They never did anything. And then all of a sudden, he just kind of gave a grunt, like, and they both turned and they walked exactly west towards Mount Adams. And they walked across that meadow, and I watched them go up into those trees and disappear. And I sat there for about 5 minutes looking around, like, and I wasn't really concerned at that point about them because I figured they were going away from me. But when I got out of that blind, I was looking around because he was obviously calling for somebody. So I went back straight up the hill. I kept that blind between me and them, and I didn't run, but I quickly went up the hill stealthily. I crossed brick, went up on the other side, hit the road, came down, and got in my truck, and I left.
Hello and welcome to our channel where we share Sasquatch evidence and encounters. Today we are going to head to the Olympic Peninsula of Washington State. We are going to meet with a guy named Zach who was on our friend Matt Knapp's podcast, Bigfoot Crossroads. I'm going to link that episode in the description because it is a fantastic episode that you definitely want to go check out. So we are going to go meet with Zach and he is going to tell us his encounters that he has had with the creature Sasquatch.
As soon as we hit the trail on our way up, both of us had just a crazy, me and my buddy both just had like this, something just felt way different. It was super, he mentioned it first, but I was totally feeling it too. On our way down though, we noticed some cougar tracks. So we kind of thought there was a cougar. We had a buddy that got stalked by a cougar while he was hunting, like maybe a year or two before that. I don't remember that whole story, but so we were kind of like on a cougar. We thought it was a cougar thing, and then we started hearing the branches breaking on the side, like something was walking with us on the way out. You know, that whole thing. And then we ended up finding a footprint up there. So that started everything. Once we saw the footprint, it was on a road like this logging road, but it was indented like, I mean, I would say 5/8 of an inch, you know, like, and you could jump and not do that right now. Look at that, it's wet out here and you still can't do it. So I don't know, it was big, whatever it was. And so we were walking out while we were fishing. We got into this system where we were like, as soon as we heard a stick break, we're walking and we're like, we'd stop, and whoever heard it first would point to where they heard it. And so it would go boom, boom. You would hear the footsteps, you know, it would take it a step or two to stop with you, right? So like we would stop and then we would hear boom, boom, it would stop. Anyway, so that really tripped us out, and nothing really happened much more after that, except for at one point it took off running, and that's what really that's when we knew it was something super big. We were kind of already on like the boom, boom thing, but we didn't know it was. In probably like 10-15 steps, it went from our 3 o'clock to our 9 o'clock. We just heard boom, 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 and then all of a sudden it was over here. And that scared the bejeebers out of us. We were like, all right, we're gone. And then we made it about probably where your husband is right now, up this big hill, and then that's where we found the footprint. And we took a picture. I got pictures of that stuff on my phone.
Okay. So, you know, what's of interest is the fact that you're not only finding tracks up here, and I've never been this cut. I usually go up that way. And so this is what we found last summer. This was when they had all the fire pits decommissioned and they stuck red flags in them.
Wow.
And so there was no burning allowed, but if you zoom in here, you can see that there's nails and glass all around here too. And it just was walking out looking for a view, I guess.
Wow.
But just like 6.5. That probably is the dad.
Yeah, here's Papa Bear.
That's Papa Bear. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, you can look at your foot, dude.
Yeah, it's a size 13 boot right there. Yeah, so that started everything. And then I found this area like probably, I don't even know, months later. I would just spend hours and hours driving up here. I would sit in my truck and just listen. Turn my truck off and just listen for hours. I don't know, I could do it right now and sit here for like 6 hours and just not do nothing.
So that story, it was down the road further.
Yeah. I know, I almost should have stopped, but we talked about coming up here and then going
Yeah, that's
back
all
out
right.
that way.
That's all right.
So I was like, I almost did, and that guy's kind of grumpy. He chased us off one time when I was showing somebody that same spot, and so I was kind of like, but yeah, we were driving, and the person in my back seat noticed the Bigfoot first walking and just started slapping me on the back of the head really, really hard. Stop, stop, stop. And we jump out of the truck, and there was I was at least 9 feet tall. It was super tall. And it was walking along the tree line there. And it was just walking just like it was just on a mission. Just walking, and there was 2 deer sitting there, and the deer were just grazing, and it walked right up to the deer. Or no, I'm sorry, that's not right. So when we stopped my truck, it noticed us stopping, right? And the deer were just sitting there grazing, and it stopped and was kind of watching to see what we were doing. I jumped out of my truck and went around the back of my truck, and it dropped down to all fours. Like, I mean, it was just like this, and it stood there on all fours for maybe, it's hard to tell in those moments, because you just like, I don't know what's like, it could have been 20 seconds, it could have been like a half a second. Then it stood back up. My thought was trying to make us think it was a bear, and it realized we weren't moving, so it stood back up. It walked right by the 2 deer the deer were like sitting there, their backs were you know how when a cat gets scared, their hair stands up on their back? I've never seen a deer do this, and both of the deer had they were just sitting there frozen in fear with their hair standing straight up on their backs. Well, I've never seen that before. And it just walked right between the 2 deer, hit the tree line, and then I think it just dropped to the ground and was gone. But it was kind of foggy that morning, but it looked like it just vanished, and then that was the last I saw it.
Oh, the deer. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They had their backs arched like a cat?
Like a cat. Fully arched, hair standing up. We could see that from there. How far do you think that was to that tree line from that?
From the cabin?
Yeah, where that little old broken down cabin
With
is.
a tarp on top of it around the corner?
Like 100 yards maybe?
Yeah, or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been back there. So you actually walked back there.
I tried.
And they caught you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the last house before
Yeah.
it turns to what we see here.
I'm dying to talk to that guy up in the red house up there in the corner. The guy on the fence, he has a white house on the other side. But the guy with the red house up there, they got to just go through his property all the time. He has a bunch of apple trees there too.
Do a lot of hunters use that trail that's right over there?
No.
Pull up?
No. I don't know. No, there are people cut firewood. They're allowed to come in here and cut. What was that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I just heard a stick break or a pop. But my second big story was right here. This is why I stopped right here. I saw a deer. I saw a little guy eating a deer. The deer had his front hooves were in the air. His back hooves were kind of like a little mangled, but sideways. The deer's head was right there. It was laid, so his feet were down, his butt was down here, and the little, whatever it was, the Bigfoot was laying on top of it, like eating his belly. I don't know. And so I hit we just seen this we just had the 9-footer happen.
In the same day?
Same, 20 minutes later this happened. Right, I know, and I've never seen one till
You never saw one until that day, and then you see 2.
Yep, we had the footprint happen maybe 2 weeks before this. So this just spawned, this just got me up here, and I just started looking. And that's why I think they were down here for the fishes, and then they just bailed. I think they're down here a bunch for a certain time of year, and then they take off.
What did it do when you pulled up? You weren't sure what it was at first.
No, it looked like there was you could tell there were 2 different colors. So the deer was like a lighter brown, and then whatever was attached to it was like a darker brown. And so I could tell there was 2 things attached there. And so I pull up, I see it, and I'm just already gung-ho because I just seen the one in the field there. And so I'm just ready. I put my truck into park, and I jump out before my truck even stopped moving. And I'm running around the back of it like this, as fast as I've ever moved in my life. I come around this corner, and all I see is the hooves of the deer going over the side of the bank. That's all I saw. I just saw the hooves getting pulled over, like it had it and just tucked it and ran. and I was too scared to look over the edge.
How
And I
big, how big do you think the small one was?
It's small. Well, it was smaller than a deer. I don't know, 3-4 feet maybe.
Didn't someone find the deer later or something?
Yeah. So I was working at the casino that we met at, right? And I was a bartender there at the time, and somebody came up there. There's people up here that were doing research up here for it, and they said they really want to talk to me and they want me to show them. So I was all right. They kind of were like I felt like they didn't believe me at all. You know, I was really kind of like, I wasn't feeling it at all. And they walked down, and the guy goes, "Oh my God!" They come down, they pull all the bones up. The rib bones were broken in half. A deer rib bone is like bigger than our rib bones. They're big. So whatever it was, took down there and just chop, chop, chop. And amazing. But yeah, they found the whole deer pile. I think right there by that little cedar baby tree is a little cave entrance. And that's where I seen 2 glowing red eyes. And it had like a big sheep that was like torn to pieces, that it had like staged up like a scarecrow almost. Yeah. There was like, I'm getting all worked up. There was like a bunch of these white and red little clumps we saw. I think this is a spot. I'm like 90% sure. And it took us a minute to figure out what was going on, but my buddy was like, you could tell they're red. They look like they were painted. Like, I mean, it was red and white, you know, like cotton balls that were soaked in red paint. It was really colorful. And then we figured out, oh, there's a head of a sheep sitting there. And so all of a sudden it was like, what the hell? That's a sheep. And then we saw 2 glowing red eyes in that little cubby hole, and we saw them blink. And it was just, the red eyes were looking at you forever, and there was a really good, they weren't close together, they were pretty wide apart.
Were they putting off its own light, or was it a
Yes.
reflection?
No, it wasn't a reflection.
That's what I saw too.
100%.
I saw that too.
I mean, look how dark it is in here.
Yeah.
You know, this is like, you can make the argument that there's another explanation for it. But there's 20% of my stuff that you'll never convince me otherwise, and that's one of them. Like, I saw those 2 glowing red eyes. I saw them blink. I saw the half a sheep sitting there as like a scarecrow, whatever it was up there for. I don't know.
How would they even get a sheep? Like, where
It
did
was
they
down
get it
there.
from?
That's the first spot I wanted to show you guys, where the sheep came from.
Oh.
That's what, yeah. So we had the 3 spots. That was the first spot, was the sheep spot. So there was also, and this other part of it too, after that sheep was missing, they only had 1 or 2 in that little yard in their field. There was an upside down tree jammed in the field. It wasn't that big of a tree. I don't want to make it sound like it was, but it was probably about the size, I don't know. It was maybe like this big. It wasn't that big, but I mean, it was definitely upside down, roots hanging out in the ground. I used to go and sit right up in that corner for hours, and there's a little, and it overlooks, you have like just a great view of this whole little valley right here. And I used to spend hours up there. So where the sheep was, there's a family that lives up there that I found out later, they claim they have a family of them living there. And the area checks. I mean, where all this stuff is happening, you know, there's something checks up there. You know, I've been up there one time. They had a little like a little travel trailer that you put like on the back of your truck. You know what I mean? That you could hoist up and sit on the bed. That rolled down like this hill. And the one time I was up there, I got up there. It looked like there was somebody sitting in the middle of it, kind of like through the doorway peeking out. But yeah, so, and then my mom too, she works at a doctor's office, and she said there's somebody, she won't tell me who because of, you know, of HIPAA, or that's what it's called, or like the privacy laws. But she said someone lives right up close to where all my stuff is happening. And my mom's like the biggest non-believer there is. So for her to tell me that, like, she has like, but she says an older couple who have an apple orchard in their backyard. I was up like around the Taylor Cutoff side, more further away, and I was just sitting down. So there's like 4 more logging trails that go down towards the river. Like if we could go that way and make it to Squim. This road pops out. And so that's what I would do, just make this big loop a lot of times. But anyways, I was sitting on one of the other logging roads one time, and I was just sitting there, and I heard it sounded like a duck quack, but it was like, "Wah!" It sounded like it was just getting the life squeezed out of it. And then like a week later, I found a bunch of, I don't know, I have no idea if it's the same bird. I'm not saying that, but there was a pile of bird bones that were like put in a pile. It was just, they were picked clean like you would do a chicken wing. And there was just a pile of bones just sitting there like in a nice pile. I really think they stick to this river system because there's really not much up past that bridge we just crossed up there. I've gone fishing walked up there, and I just get that eerie feeling like I need to turn around. But I think they just stick to the river system, and when the salmon come up, most of the silver stay at the hatchery, so they don't come up that high. There are some natives that come up this high, but the king salmon don't stop at the hatchery. Most of them come all the way up here. So a king salmon, that's a big fish. You know, I think that's a big part of it. So the king salmon runs that would be my focus up here.
What about the elk and deer population?
Yeah, they hammer on it. You don't see more deer up here, actually. One time, I just remember you saying that, I talked to a guy, they were logging up there I think they're up past Tubal-Cain, I don't know. But I was sitting out here one day, just, I would just come up here and sit in my truck and just sit there with my binoculars looking down, and some guy pulled up to me and he said, "You don't see anybody hunting deer? There's 5 dead deer up the road there that were laid out like, like the church chairs, you stack them on top of each other, like the legs, and then if you're tip it over, the deer were like that. They were stacked together with the legs. Yeah, 5 of them with no insides."
Was there any gunshot wounds on them or anything?
I don't know. That's just what he told me. I never saw it, but he told me he said it was right back up there, and they were coming up logging. I kind of started talking to him about, what I was doing about Bigfoot, and he was like, I lost him. So I was like, all right, yeah, see you later. But yeah, that's what he said.
So this is one of the cabins not too far from where we just were at, and apparently they come down from the tree line here. Sightings that have happened at least on 2 different occasions now that I've heard of, like full-on Class A sightings. And we all know how rare those are, but I'd never been here till like a month ago, and they're still here. These are the kind of nuances I look for, is just a little bit of something that shouldn't happen here. And so either, in my opinion, somebody's up here Bigfooting, waiting for something to get changed around, something shiny, something small. And this is just like a little heart-shaped piece of quartz. That one's kind of a similar image here. I thought there was 4 before, but you can see it's bare bones living in here. Like once you're staying here, there's not a lot of distractions. So
who owns this place?
The county.
In 2013, brothers Jonathan and Ben Brown recorded a Sasquatch on their property with a thermal camera. This is a recall of that event.
Ben and I were sitting out here. This was on October 30th of 2013. And there was cows behind us right here. And the thing about that night, the rancher was moving some cows out. And so they were going to a different field. It was just that time of year. And so some cows were getting separated by their family, and there was a lot of bellowing and what sounded like you could only imagine cows crying, and they were making a lot of noise. Anyhow, Ben and I are sitting out here, my brother Ben and I, and we're thinking like, man, it's so loud out right now. But then there was one point where we heard this light tapping, and it was coming directly behind us. And that was when I got out the thermal camera and was looking around, and yes, there was plenty of cows around, but there was something with a human-shaped head that was laying close to the ground. And I was looking at it, and I was like, Ben, there's something on here that it's not a cow. By this point, when I'm looking at it again, it's changed positions. So behind us is a drop-off where it drops off about 12, 14 feet. And so at this point, we're looking at it from a different position from the chest up. And then at that point, I'm thinking that I'm recording, then I realize that I'm not recording. And I go, hey Ben, it's not recording. I was taking snapshots at the time. And so I hand the thermal camera over to Ben, and then that's when Ben gets it recording.
We were sitting out here. Honestly, it seemed like it was going to be a pretty boring night, because instead of the cows being way down in a field, like they were right here. So every single branch cracking that we heard, it was assumed to be a cow or whatever. So I wasn't expecting really anything happening that night. Then John just decided he wanted to look through the thermal. I wasn't expecting anything, but suddenly he's like, hey, I got something here, and it's just right over there. So he was looking at it for a while. He handed it to me. I pushed record. And yeah, you saw in that video, the shoulders and the head. For the first little bit, I was just trying to figure out how this is a cow, because there were still cows walking right here. You could see that in the video too. So my mind was telling me this isn't what I'm looking at. Then John whistles at it. You can see it kind of stretch up a little bit like that. And I was like, yeah, that's not a cow doing that.
I met the Browns, Jonathan and Sarah, and Jonathan's brother Ben, back in 2015, shortly after they'd captured their thermal footage. And at the time, I was kind of known as the thermal guy. Today, everybody has thermal cameras, it seems, but not back then. I had a couple. And so I brought them over, met the Browns, and we began working together, trying to capture more thermal footage. I didn't know much about their property or the activity that they'd had historically. But I was always suspicious, and I was always trying to make something explain what they recorded. They had cattle on the property next to their house, and I would be here day and night observing the cattle. Sometimes the cattle would lay down, and I would circle them completely with my thermal camera, watching, looking at the cow laying there, chewing its cud, trying to take that cow image and turn it into what they recorded. But I was never able to do it. I was never able to make a cow look like the heat signature of what they recorded. In my opinion, after working with a lot of thermal videos, evaluating them, analyzing them, the heat signature in their footage is not a cow. And a lot of people will say, well, a cow wouldn't just walk across in the video with a Sasquatch standing back there or laying back there on the slope. To that I'll say, well, the cow just casually walked in front of Ben and John closer than the Sasquatch was. The cow wasn't concerned about Ben and John standing there filming it. So why would the cow be concerned with the Sasquatch? The cow was simply not being concerned with whatever it was familiar with. It was familiar with Ben and John, is apparently familiar with the Sasquatch as well. Another thing that a lot of people don't understand in that footage is that it's laying on a decline. There's a miniature cliff back there from where the floodwaters erode the bank. And when the ground comes to its chest, so you're seeing it from the chest up. And after all of my analysis, I've never been able to come up with any alternative explanation other than that it's a Sasquatch observing John and Ben as they're filming it.
We had a man by the name of Phil Poling come visit our home. Phil thinks like an investigator. He compiles the evidence and thoroughly dissects it. Here is a portion of Phil's video. The entire one can be found on his YouTube channel, which is linked in the description.
On October 30th, just prior to midnight, John Brown and his brother Ben captured thermal footage of something on their property they couldn't explain. Many believe that this shows the head, shoulders, and chest area of a large Bigfoot. Others do not. My hope is to examine and make an attempt to explain the findings. I think the first thing would be to get a better understanding as to the lay of the land and the scene. The property in question is quite rural, with forested areas that nearly circle the large tract of land. The nearest neighbor is about a half-mile away, and a large farm lays behind the property over a steep bluff. This is my copy of that footage. In watching, I was immediately struck by its appearance. It looked at first blush to be the upper half of a large person, broad at the shoulders. It was described as being on a steep hillside and standing or crouching about 3 or 4 feet down over the embankment. Also shown to me were photos, a video, and a cast made of tracks found in the area that measured just over 16 inches in length. The cast was still damp and had yet to be cleaned, so it demonstrated the substrate where it came from quite well. This was later shown to Dr. Meldrum, I believe, for further analysis. Now, the one thing I do know about this thermal is that it's of something that is hotter than the surrounding area and seems to indicate body heat. The shape of it is something that's been questioned. So if we were to remove the ridgeline, could we see the shape of something other than a person or a Bigfoot? Because of the apparent mass of the subject, I felt that a deer could easily be ruled out. Several people have commented that this could be a cow laying down, and in fact, partway through the video, we see a cow wandering past. In attempting to make some kind of comparison, I used many silhouettes of cows in different degrees of poses to resolve the question. I was unable to make any match at all. A real concern was with the ears. A cow's ears will show up on thermal very easily, and they seem to be absent from what we could only surmise as the head area of the subject. Using a bear for comparison wasn't any better, but that doesn't exclude the possibility of it being a person. But before we look at that possibility, let's have a look at the image quality. The footage was shot with a borrowed FLIR model BTS XR Pro with an attached 65mm lens that was set to 2x zoom. John and Ben had zero experience with this camera or any other FLIR camera for that matter, so it was no wonder that the subject was out of focus. Now, partway through the video, a cow walks past that looks to be far closer than the subject does. It also looks in focus. The outer focusing ring on the lens could have easily corrected the problem, but this wasn't known at the time. Another problem occurred when the camera unexpectedly shut off. The first attempt at size comparisons was done by David Ellis. Based upon the spot that John reported recording and the location of where the prints were found, David set up to measure height and width. That would become apparent when an overlay of him was placed over the thermal imaging. However, after this was done, it was noticed that the framework of trees and bushes did not match that of the original footage. As it turns out, the point of view and David's location was too far to the west. It would have to be redone. And it was. Going back to the location, height and width was made again in the proper location, and it was found that although it was a different spot, it still followed the same ridge line from west to east, so the actual size didn't change for distance. Using the scale pole, the image was determined to be around 4 feet wide and 7 feet tall. Daytime photos were taken by Derek Randalls from the spot of where the footage was taken. His wife Tori is standing in. She stood further up on the hill to get a better idea for scale. Not height, but scale. You can see that the ridge line cuts her at about the hip. She's a little hard to see because she's wearing a tan-colored coat. When fading to the thermal image, we can see that there is quite a bit of difference in the mass and girth of the subject. To get a better understanding as to its location, we need to see where it is in relation to the surrounding area. My visit to the property found Derek and Tori busy working on mapping relevant locations for distance along the field of view. The results is this chart. On the off chance that the subject was not over the ridge but on top and nearer to the camera had been considered. The camera lay at the bottom of the chart. 28 feet north, the camera is where the cow passed by. At just over 64 feet north is where the low-hanging branch cuts across the scene, and this is now outside the depth of field for the camera and begins to lose focus. Just beyond that point is a bushy area that has some scraggly low blackberries, and because of its distance and focus, it became clear that this short bush is what caused the diffusion in the heat source on the subject's left side. The subject was indicated as being just beyond the ridge and presumably standing on a narrow, well-used footpath that paralleled the upper ridge and joined up to the lower part of the cow trail to the west. The cow trail, coming from the lower pasture, is a bit steep, but not too steep that the cattle can't climb it, and it's certainly wide enough. This is the estimated angle of the cow trail, showing a Bigfoot in the location where the tracks were found and cast. But the location of the thermal image is a different story. A short drop to a narrow path, and then a sweeping steep drop beyond the path to the pasture that lays about 40 feet below. So now the thermal location makes more sense. What we are seeing is something hot that is beyond the ridge. We know this because the ridge line matches exactly from Tori to the subject. If it was something this side of the ridge line sitting on the ground, then the image would be lower in the frame and not match the line but cover it. The comparison between Tori, standing further up on the hill showing herself from the waist up, and the subject that looks like it is showing from about the chest area up is astounding. But even at that, I had to question the location. How do we know that there was anything standing near the ridgeline and not far beyond it? If nothing was blocking our view, our line of sight would continue on. My question was, without someone standing there, where would my line of sight end up? Instead of one massive creature, what if we were looking at a herd of cattle bedded down in the pasture below? So at the scene, I followed the line from the original point of view out to the ridgeline. And even before I got to the overhanging branch at 64 feet, I realized that what was visible was an area beyond the section of pasture below the ridge. What could be seen was blackberry bushes, swamp, and trees. In checking on Google Earth, this area was fenced off, so there could not have been any cows in that area at all. The image itself looks as one solid subject, only broken by the branches and bushes. Even as out of focus as it is, it's difficult to think we could match up several people to deliberately form this shape and hold it for any real length of time. I doubt if two deer or any other animal would be huddled together just over the ridge and stay for more than just a few seconds. Even if they did, I stress to find any way that they could possibly make up this shape. And it doesn't seem to have any separation points to indicate more than one subject anyway. What is also important is what led up to this event. The Browns have been experiencing activity around the area for some time, and This was also confirmed by neighbors to be something that's fairly common. Calls and other noises could be heard sometimes nightly, and it was a series of knocks that caused John and Ben to grab the thermal camera and record that night.
The following clip is by YouTube user Bigfoot Tony. Many question why the Sasquatch in the video doesn't move. Tony has stabilized the video to show otherwise. His entire video is also linked in the description.
We'll just go along slowly. There's a bit of a sort of a sway there, left to right, back and forth. There also. And moving along. Here also. You know, so we get this kind of motion, swaying motion. Clearly some more movement going on. Up and down motion there.
This is the print that was cast from the ridge. You're getting a rough view right now of what the guys saw. We're going to walk over to the ridge where the creature was. So a lot of this has been cleared out since. We've also filled in part of the ridge where he was standing. But if you notice that this is a very steep hill and he was standing right here.
The print cast on site measures 16 inches. We have found other prints in the same size on our property, but they lack the unique bend that this print has. I believe the bend is due to the steep hill that the Sasquatch was standing on. I went through the footage frame by frame, and after 2000, I came across the moment that Jonathan whistles and the Sasquatch looks directly at the camera. Note the sagittal crest on his skull, a trait not shared by humans. The eyes, which glow hottest through a thermal, are obvious, as well as the massive pectorals, deltoids, and trapezius muscles. The clavicle bone on the Sasquatch is also clearly visible. We leave you with an audio clip from our property. Thank you for watching.
Veterans Day, we are going to go meet with our friend named Jack Bowers. Jack Bowers himself is a military vet, and he's going to recall a story from another military vet and also share 2 other encounters. All 3 of these encounters are from Rainier National Park. Now, Jack Bowers is kind of like a Sasquatch story collector. He knows tons of encounters throughout Washington State, and leave it to Jack, as soon as we show up at Rainbow Falls to do filming, he knows a story that happened recently from just down the street.
Of a recent
two Bigfoot got in a barn down here.
Oh, really?
And the people that were buying it, I don't know if they had actually culminated the deal, but they were buying it. And in the middle of the night, there two guys were together on the farm, and they heard some commotion. They got up. One of them went out to the barn to see what was going on. It had one of those lights that goes on automatic. So I walked out there and the light went on automatic, and here's a Bigfoot in the back end of the barn, inside the house. I mean, inside the barn, rather. And so the other guy came out, and they hadn't seen the second Bigfoot, and it went running right by the second guy, and the first one came out of the barn and followed, and it scared the guy so bad, he nullified the ranch. He was out of it. Very next morning, they got in his car, packed up, got in his car and drove off and never come back. And that's just recent. And then I know of another one up the road, and I know of another one just a little, well, on Trap Creek. I don't know if you know where Trap Creek is, where the fish hatchery is. And another one across over by Doty. So
Is that the one that was laying in the road?
didn't hear about that one. That's another one, apparently. Laying on the road dead, laying on the road.
No, it was alive. I don't know what it was doing laying in the road, but somebody drove past it and it was laying on the road.
I am a proud veteran. I spent my time in the service in doing what I could do. Sometimes we're not always volunteering, but we do it anyway. And I spent a year in Vietnam in 1966 and 7 and came home. And, at that time, most of those that came back kind of ducked out of sight. They're quiet, just went to work and shut their mouth, and there was other things that were going on around about us. So we came home to a different atmosphere than what normally would happen. We eventually moved to Carbonado, a little place up behind Buckley, Washington, and met a lot of nice people up there. And about 3 years into that, I had to change job locations, which meant I had to go to Puyallup, and that's about a half-hour drive in any way to get there. And in doing that, I met another guy on the road, and he looked a little bedraggled and kind of poking along. And at that time in our history, picking up somebody on a hitchhiker wasn't really a big deal. I picked up this guy, and in the course of starting through the business, I asked him where he was going to, and he said Puyallup, had to go meet his sister, and he was coming from Carbonado, where we lived. He told me what his name was, but I didn't. To this day, I can't remember what it is. But I found out within a few minutes, that he was suffering from PTSD. It's pretty severe, and had some real issues with that. And he too was a Vietnam vet, and he had come home from there in the early 70s, as opposed to the middle 70s, when the war had broken up and gone away for our purposes. And we got to talking, and he opened up a little bit when he found out that I was a vet. There's kind of a connection there that you don't have with a lot of other people. What I thought was interesting, though, was he talked about a place that he lived up on the Mowich, the river. There's nobody that lives up there. That's park. And so I asked him about it, and he said, well, I had to find a place that I could go and be by myself. So he kind of bootlegged into that corner of the park. The Mowich River is only 7 miles long, and it comes off the Mowich Glacier, and Mowich Lake is in the area, biggest, deepest lake in the park. And but he just extended his camp's stay by quite a bit. And over a couple of years, he had found a cedar stump that was hollowed out inside. That's pretty typical of some of the old ones, the large old growth. Some of them are 12, 14, 15, 18 feet across at the butt. And just the outside shell of the tree is holding up the whole thing. So he decided he was going to make that a home for himself. and which is illegal. But he's dead now. You can chase him if you want. He's passed away. But he brought himself a crossbow in with him, and all the hardware that he needed to by way of tools and canned goods, anything of that nature, so that he could ferret out a winter, which I thought was kind of intriguing. And at the time, quite frankly, I was kind of looking at him askance. I wasn't sure that this guy was all there in that department, but what he told me and how he told me that things were lining up to do what he was doing made sense. And so I went quite a ways with the conversation, and finally, why I don't know, but I says, listen, I says, you're in a pretty restricted area, and it's all prime wilderness, and there's really nothing going on down there. I mean, I've hunted just outside the edge of that park, all over the place in there, and it's primitive. It's ugly, quite frankly. And I says, tell me, in your travels down there, have you ever run into a Bigfoot? When he said that, in a blink of an eye, I was talking to a different person, complete. I mean, everything changed. There was no talk about anything different other than, yes, he says, I did. And then he got into it a little bit, and he had an opportunity, either going in or coming out, to sit down on a hillside and look across over at a patch of huckleberries, which are at that time of year more toward middle August through September. He didn't ever tell me exactly when, but he looked across the way and he saw something. It looked like a bear as far as he was concerned, standing up against a stump and picking huckleberries and stuffing them, just going like crazy. And I said, you mean picking them? He says, oh yeah. He says it would take the bush and get a hold of it and eat it like that. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I said, you're sure it wasn't a bear? He says, I have seen gobs of bear. There was not a bear. And matter of fact, he was almost mad that I brought it up. I says, well, finish telling me how'd that go? What went on there? And he said it never got down on all fours. It always stood up. He says had long arms. He says it was a big animal, but he says at that distance I couldn't tell you how big or any of the details as far as those things are concerned. And he says I was watching it for a while, and I was intrigued, and I was trying to figure out exactly what it was. He says, at this point I know it was a Bigfoot. At that point I didn't. And he was still trying to ferret all that out. And he says then the animal looked up right across the canyon, right at him, eyeball to eyeball. And he says it just stood there for a second, digesting apparently what he was looking at, and he turned and walked toward the park. He went 200 or 300 yards through the brush and the garbage that was on the side of the hill, and kept going and disappeared into the park. He says, it scared me so bad. He says, I never went back to my little cabin, my little cedar tree house thing that he had going there. And he says, I've never been back. He says, I didn't realize that after the 2, maybe 3 years that I'd been in there, that there was such a thing even around me. And this, remember, was in the late, by that time it was in the late 70s. And what Bigfoot was really not widely published or widely disseminated, the information as much as it is today. In any event, it changed him considerably. And I don't think it helped his PTSD at all. I can't imagine it would help, because he was looking for peace and quiet and solitude and that type of thing. But in any event, that was one of the places. And Mowich is on the northwest corner of the park, and it's rugged and it's beautiful. And there's only one little campsite down there. I've been in there in the dark of all times, with no flashlight, picking a trail that's about 3 or 4 miles long, and drops from 3,500 feet down to 1,700 feet, and through a canyon. A guy and I had to bring food in for a group of kids that were camped up there for the weekend from our church. And we inadvertently forgot it, had to go back to town and get it. By the time we got back, it was pitch black and dark. And that's not necessarily germane to this story, other than it's a very, very, very few people ever get in to that trail or that place on the river, on that part of the park. But I consider this particular incident a gold nugget because I can't forget it. And I can't forget the look on that guy's face. That was just, I had one guy in the car I was taken down the road, and when I mentioned that, I had a different guy going down the road. With the second one is equally interesting, and it's from the son of a guy that is a very, very good friend of mine from Carbonado. We only lived there for 5 years, but developed some really interesting friendships and relationships. Anyway, and I've known him for 45 years, almost 50 years, I think. And we communicate all the time. And his son and his cousin went in there between the Rushing Water and the Puyallup rivers. There are 3 rivers come down through there off the mountain. And they bivouacked in the flat between Rushing Water and the Puyallup River. Again, we all hunt in there because at that time of year the animals just kind of gravitate to those areas, those flat areas, large areas, and everything. And at that time they really weren't supposed to be in there, but they went in to overnighters. But they took enough stuff to get by, and they pitched a bit of a camp. And toward the evening, the one lad that I know, I'm not going to mention any names, but he decided he was going to go up through the flat and just see what might be out there. I don't know if the season was open that day or if he had to wait till the next morning. But neither, and they're legal eagles as far as that part's concerned. They're very careful. But anyway, he had a 300 Winchester mag, so he was well armed, and he went up through the flat, started up through there, and it was toward evening, quite a bit toward evening, as a matter of fact. And the ground fog, I think, was laying in there, and that normally lays in there 5 or 6 feet deep. So in that area, and then there's a lot of bracken fern in there. So whatever's in there is covered up to the belly or higher. So anyway, he's walking along and looking around for elk, trying to go through those motions, and he looks up, and I don't know if I remember the word 75. So whether it was 75 feet away or 75 yards away, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't want to go to court and swear on either one. But 75 was one of the figures that he handed out, and there was a Bigfoot. And it was standing there looking right at him. And again, he's not prepared to see one. It was not in his mindset at all. He was, and I think this happens a lot to people out there, and with myself included probably. But if you're not looking for one, you're not seeing one until all of a sudden there it is. And he saw it. It was standing there looking at him. He took the rifle and put the scope on it. So now it's magnified. He could see all the details of the face, all the animal that he could see from basically waist up. And he actually considered the possibility of pulling the trigger on it, one for defense and the other just for a different animal. Well, he had good sense and decided not to pull the trigger, but he was still afraid to death and did not know what to do. So he elected to, he watched it for a second or two, got it fixed in his mind when he was looking at it. And like I say, he was definitely afraid. And they were 4 or 5 miles out. I mean, it's not like they could go back to a pickup truck and drive out of there that evening. They're there. And when he turned around and started to hot-foot it back to camp, figured he better get out of there. And then he realized, well, maybe that's not a good idea to turn my back on this animal. He considered it an animal. And he spun around and it was gone. And to this day, he won't go back there. To this day, I'm not sure how he hunts even, because he can't talk about it. It's unnerved him very bad. In fact, I think that this is interesting. He's prone to considering it as a demon, kind of a Satanist thing. And I can understand where he gets the idea, but I can't follow up with that one. I wouldn't buy that. But I would say that it scared him bad enough that you can name it anything you want. He's going to accept that. He's going to accept that. But I don't. They're not demonic. They are what they are. And if you're not expecting to see one, if you're not looking for one, and all of a sudden it's there, and it's so out of the mainstream of what we would normally expect. I know this. If that was going to do harm of any sort, it would have done harm. Just like the one on the Mowich that I mentioned. If harm was in its mindset, in the 2 years that my acquaintance with this other fella was around and about, he would have known it, and it would have happened. They're not I don't consider them naturally an enemy from a natural perspective. I think that they know what it means to protect themselves and the other animals, the other beings around them, and they'll do what they need to do to accomplish that, unless they've been trained otherwise. And from time to time, I think we do train them. We shoot rifles at them, we chase them, and there are all different kinds of things that happen that can change the mindset from a normal, calm animal into something that we just as soon not mess with. If indeed they are a relic hominid, a critter from our own past that's living still, then I got to treat them different, think different about them. And with that, when the forest fire hits, and they're all over the place anymore, I don't know what's happening there, but anyway, one of my first concerns is, how are they doing? Where are they going? Well, how are they going to make it? And when the Helens blew, I understand, and it's not normal accepted knowledge, but I think it's out there, that there were a number of them that were destroyed. And so I feel I've got a little kinship with them from that regard.
There was a time about a decade ago where we had to put a pause on everything, on our researching Sasquatch, because we weren't sure what they were. And I think that as humans, we need to be careful not to assume that something is dangerous or bad or evil just because we don't understand it. When we sit back and look objectively at Sasquatch behavior and how they act around people, they're not violent creatures. It is very rare that you come across one that is violent. Mostly they're just territorial.
And then the other interesting part is one on the southwest corner. So I kind of stayed with that those incidences that I know of, and I met this gentleman in the little town. We live in Riderwood, Washington, and I was told that there's some people moving out and they're cleaning up their home and getting rid of some stuff, and their sons had come over to help them pack up, and for some reason they got to talking to somebody else about Sasquatch, and they said, well, hey, there's a guy over here that is kind of into Bigfoot. You might want to talk to him. Well, they got a hold of me, and I walked over there and we chit-chatted for a while, and he told me, actually invited me, but I've never been able to take him up on the offer. I wish I would have and could have, but he told me that he had bought a piece of property in the timberlands that abutted the northwest or southwest corner of Mount Rainier, and part of that he kept fenced all the time, and from time to time he would walk the fence line. I think it was a 10-acre piece. Walk the fence line around and check it out, make sure the wires were up and whatnot. and he bumped into some tracks, Bigfoot tracks, in the mud in some of the places. And there was also a little one along with it. So there was 3 different size tracks in the group, and he understood right away, apparently, that exactly what they were. It was Bigfoot. Had a kind of a family unit in that area anyway. So just out of curiosity and to see what might happen, he brought a jar of peanut butter out there. He set it up on a log and a couple other items on the log. And after a few days, he had to go back out there anyway. And the peanut butter jar had been opened, had been dug out. Most of it was dug out. The lid put back on it, set back on the log. Now, that was the first I'd heard about that. But since then, I've heard about other situations akin to that. So I'm not certain how that all goes. But anyway, he fed it for a couple of times. And he went back out later, and he got to thinking about that little track. And just for fun, he brought out there one of his kids' dolls, just a small doll. And he laid that on the same log along with other foods. And then he went out there a few days later, and the doll was missing. That by itself is not extraordinary. Anything could have picked that up and hauled it off, and that would have been it. But then later, he didn't say how much later, but later he went back out there, and of course he didn't expect to see the doll. It was gone, and other foodstuffs in there. Some of it had been ate and gone, and everything. But he looked on the log again, and there was the doll in the same position on top of that log again, and that kind of startled him. It really set him back a little bit to realize that, and as far as he was concerned, that the youngster had picked up that doll and made it its own. Now, how far it went with it, or what motivated it to bring it back and lay it on the log, who knows? But he says it definitely was not there. It was gone the second time he went up there, and the third time he went back, it was back again, and there was a little time in between, like a few weeks. And so I thought that was rather interesting. The thing I gather out of the park, and you folks have been over to the bumping, that actually is right hooks to the park in its own route, on its own side of the mountain. Mount Rainier National Park, the William O. Douglas, what's the other one? Gifford Pinchot, all those national forests and parks and things like that are natural sanctuaries for whatever. And I think that the Bigfoot Sasquatch population, especially the national parks, because there's no guns allowed, the trails are monitored. You stay on the trail or don't go in the park, and that type of thing. So there's vast areas inside there that are never touched by humans, period. They're left natural. And I think that the Bigfoot population, they're not stupid. If they want sanctuary, that's sanctuary.
Channel, where we share Sasquatch evidence as well as first-hand encounters. This film centers around the northern Cascades of northern Washington. We are going to interview a man, James, who has had multiple encounters up in this area. And then we're going to speak with him and his wife, and they're going to recall an event that happened where a Sasquatch cleared almost an entire campground full of people. Also, James has had other situations throughout Washington state, and they include some interesting behavior, including one that involves Sasquatch stalking. Here he is to tell his encounter that happened at his home.
So I'm in the garage. I'd been smoking fish, and I every year when the salmon run, I fish and then I smoke them. And so I'm running the smoker like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and this had been going on for a good month. And we get animals through here all the time. One night when I was smoking fish, I came out the back door, run into the garage. My cat comes in, he's all like, jumps up on the workbench and all freaking out. So I chase him out of the garage, and I come out, there was a cougar in the backyard. And so we've had bears walk up the road and stuff, smoking fish, bears walk up the road. So one night, it must have been somewhere between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning, I come out the back door of the house, down the stairs and into the garage, and I'm out in the garage and I'm getting the chips that I've been soaking to put into the smoker, and I hear this crazy noise going on. And I've got this neighbor, or had this neighbor, that he used to get up in the middle of the night, chop wood on his front porch and bang around in his garage, make all kinds of noise all the time. And I thought, geez, what's Rocky doing now? And so I walk out and walk around the side of the house, and I look out into the road to see his house, and there's no lights on or anything at all whatsoever. And so I start thinking, well, that's kind of crazy. And then I hear the noise, and it's coming from out in the woods. And so I stand here and I'm looking around, and I hear this clunking, banging, knocking, tree branch breaks kind of sound. And I was like, what? And I'm looking and I can't see anything. So I run in the back door of the house, and I grab this flashlight. It's a LED flashlight, size of one of those big mag flashlights. And so it's as bright as a car headlight. And I thought, well, I'll shine it out in the woods and see what it is. And I turn around and I look out there and I click the button on it, and I see these two eyes looking straight at me. And I was like, so I kind of freaked out for a second, because right off the bat, it's like, we get elk through here and stuff all the time, but every time I've shined the light at the elk, it's their eyes are really wide apart. And if they're looking straight at you, if they turn their head or something, one eye disappears and then the other eye disappears. Well, this thing, when I shined the light out there at it, it was like it put its head down and turned, and I watched both eyes turn to where they went away. And I shut the flashlight off, and I stood here for a second. I thought, well, that's kind of odd. And so I turned the flashlight back on again, and it's looking right at me again. It was the same thing. And it was pretty high up. I mean, I could tell it was tall, whatever it was. And I thought, oh, so I backed up a couple of steps, and I looked back at the house, and the upstairs bedroom window was open where my son's room is. And I yelled, Nathan, come out here. And he comes running down, because he's, thinking something's wrong. He comes running down, stumbles out here, and I said, hey, look out there between these trees, out of that cedar tree, way out in the woods out there. I'm going to turn the flashlight on and tell me what you see. And so I hold the light up, and he goes, well, they're eyes. And I go, yeah. And he goes, and it turned its head and looked away. And he goes, awful tall. And so we're looking at it and talking, making all kinds of commotion. And my wife finally comes out, and she goes, what are you guys doing? And I said, well, there's something out in the woods. And then I shined the light out there again. Well, she couldn't see it. She never saw the eyes. It was after that, we didn't see him again. We kept talking, and she's like, well, are you going to go out there and see what it is? And I was like, no. So we waited until the next day, and Nathan and I walked out in the woods where it was. and kind of figured out it pretty much exactly where it was because we could see from here. So we walked out there, and there's a little log on the ground, and the moss was knocked off the log and kind of pushed around. But we looked all around. We couldn't find any elk prints, no footprints, no anything like that. But I reached up and touched the branch about like this, that the eyes were looking over the top of. When I first turned the flashlight on and shined it at it, it was like the eyes had this funny color to them. Elk eyes glow kind of blue-green. And when the light first hit it, they were like a yellow-orange kind of color, and it was like, it was a weird reflection. It was like, I don't know how to describe it, like a brown-red color with the reflection. It wasn't a green elk eye reflection. Oh, and I've seen the elk walk through here all the time. I've seen elk and flashlight with the elk and game cameras and stuff, and elk and deer and bears, and like I said, I've even chased a cougar out of the backyard with a flashlight on them and stuff, and all the eyes. I've never seen eyes look back at me like that. Yeah, it was 2000, we think 2008. I can't really remember for positive the year, but it was right around there because we're trying to figure out the ages of our boys. And we decided we were going to go on a little weekend camping trip pretty close to home. And so there's this little lake up at the end of Baker Lake they call Depression Lake. It's a seep lake below the dam, the dike, the upper dam. And they plant trout in there and stuff, and it's a great place to take kids fishing because you're pretty much guaranteed to catch fish up there.
It's one of the only free camping areas around.
Yeah, yeah. And so we went up there, and there were, probably 20 other spots that were full. People just, it's kind of like dispersed camping. You just kind of camp anywhere. And it was pretty full. There were a lot of people up there. And went fishing and stuff and played around for the day and set up camp and had a fire and dinner and everything for the evening, and, you know, the regular camp out stuff, went to bed. And somewhere, middle of the night, probably somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm having this nightmare. Being a combat vet, I got PTSD. I have nightmares. And,
it's normal.
Normal. So it's like no big deal. I usually just have like a nightmare and I roll over, I go back to sleep, you know, and ignore it. And so I'm trying to just sleep. Sandy starts poking at me.
I grabbed him like this.
Yeah. And then she says, when I woke up, she says, "Do you hear that?" And I said, "Yeah, I thought I was having a nightmare." And it was crazy. It was screaming, howling. It was so loud. It was so loud, so intense, and so close. It was like monsters. And I can't remember for sure, but I'd swear Sandy said, "It is," I think she said, "It's a monster," but she says she didn't. But
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I said, I just quietly grabbed him and shook him because I wanted him to wake up and hear, and I didn't want him to hear anything but this noise. And when it was all over, I said, "Did you hear that?" Or what was that? He said, "Yeah." And I said, "We don't belong here." And my whole being felt that. And I grew up in the city, but we would come up to Baker Lake and to this lake and camp every summer. You know, it was a regular thing, and I always felt at home up there. And not that night. That night, every bone in my body felt we do not belong here. And I said, "We got to go."
And I said, all right, honey. I'll start the motorhome because I'm the one that drives it. There was stuff piled in the seats and everything. And I said, "I'll start the motorhome. You run outside and get the lawn chairs." And she goes, I'm not going out there. And I said, neither am I. And so, yeah, we just kind of hunkered down in the motorhome.
We went back
but
back
the
to
coyotes,
sleep.
after
That's
all
right,
of that
the
and everything,
coyotes.
the coyotes, there were coyotes howling everywhere. The coyotes started going, and it was like a group of coyotes over here, and then you'd hear coyotes over there, and coyotes on the other side of the lake, and
They
the
were
coyotes
upset.
were just going crazy. I mean,
They
it
kind of
was like-
started at the end of the howl,
it-
like this, and it didn't start off as a howl. It was a hauler. It was, and
Yeah.
it was like you said, it just permeated
Yeah.
all around. It was so.
And I
this-
mean, it's like nothing I'd ever heard. I mean,
Nope.
I've lived, hunted in the woods, everything. I've heard cougars fighting, which is scary. It's scary to hear cougars fighting. It sounds like two extremely evil women trying to kill each other.
Hey.
It's crazy. Makes the hair stand up. I've the bears, coyotes, just all
Lots of
kinds
things.
all kinds
Mhm.
of things. I mean, and with,
Even marmots,
the little marmots.
when they scream, they sound like little girls being tortured out in the woods, But nothing sounds like that.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
I've never heard anything like that except for that night.
Our boys were pretty little, and there was nothing really to do. We're kind of trapped. Like, yeah, I'm not going to go pack anything up. I guess
Yeah.
nobody's
So-
going out the doors.
So after everything all settled, all the noise settled and everything, everybody starts, lanterns are lighting up, cars are starting up, trucks are starting up, all the campers, everybody started everything up, and everybody started packing up and leaving. Everybody was leaving. And by the time the sun came up in the morning, there was us that was camped kind of right on the corner. There was another guy in his camper, and he had 3 dogs. And then there was this gal that was camped clear over by herself with her 3 kids in a tent. In a tent. And she came. Yeah.
Her husband, we found out the next morning, but her husband was camped there with them, and he would leave with the car and go to work, and he worked graveyard, and then he would come back the next morning. And so when we got up in the morning, like he said, there was the guy next to us, he had 2 or 3 dogs, and he was packing up, getting ready to leave, and
he didn't even want to talk about it.
no, we didn't. No conversation. He did his thing and he left. And then we built a fire, and the gal that was in the tent, her and maybe her daughter, they came walking back in front of our campsite, and she was looking over, and I said, "Good morning," and I knew she wanted to say something, and she did, and she was pretty frightened, terrified, and because she didn't have her husband, she's there with her 3 kids, no vehicle, and they're in a tent, very vulnerable, and so she was traumatized, really, pretty traumatized.
She asked us for all of our firewood.
Yeah, we left her all, and she didn't want us to leave because we were the only ones at that point left in the camp. And I said, "Oh no, we won't leave. We're not going anywhere until your husband gets home."
But that campground's closed now. You can't camp there anymore. They blocked the road off.
Not because of Bigfoot sighting or
no,
hearing.
Probably not.
Yeah, they don't stock
But
the lake anymore, do they?
They don't stock the lake anymore. They rocked the road so you can't get in there. There's no more camping in there.
Did your family know that it was Sasquatch when you were at the campground?
Oh, when we were at the campground, that's what we figured it was. Everybody did that was at the campground. Oh, yeah. Everybody at the campground figured it was Sasquatch.
But that's not the only time. Tell about you and Nathan went up there kayaking on that little lake.
Yeah,
Fishing
in the canoe.
early in the
It was in the canoe. So we were up on the lake. I used to go up there a lot. Retired military, go up there, and early in the morning. I get up before the crack of dawn and have nothing to do, so I'd get up early in the morning and I'd go up and go fishing all by myself. Well, one morning my son wanted to go with me, my older son, and so we went up and we're fishing and we're paddling along the lake, and on the back side of the lake and there was something in the woods. And we've seen bears up there before. There's a log that had come down, go into the lake, and the bears would walk out on the log and stuff. And so we heard something in the woods, and we thought, oh, it's another bear, you know. And we kept waiting for something to pop out of the woods. And then it was like something was knocking. It's like it would bang the tree. And then we kept paddling, and we're watching, and everything's still. It's just dead calm. It's the misty floating on the top of the water, no breeze, no nothing, and we're paddling along, trolling flies out of the canoe.
And no other people.
And no other people, no cars, no nothing, nobody else there. And something was moving along in the woods, and every once in a while it sounded like a big stick smacking a tree. I mean, you know, you hear the big woodpeckers, you know, that do the knock, 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 but it wasn't like that. It was just like one big clunk or two clunks on a tree, and it just followed us along the backside of the lake, and never saw anything. Never saw anything. Just that noise.
Did you have an experience with your friend too?
Yeah.
Was that your craziest experience?
Yeah, that was my craziest one. That was my craziest one.
Was that the rock?
No.
Oh.
That was, I'll never talk about that one.
Some common behaviors attributed to Sasquatch are wood knocks, rock clacking, rock throwing if a human encroaches on one of their precious resources, and also something called stalking. Some people refer to stalking as escorting. This is a very common behavior. This is when a Sasquatch or multiple Sasquatch come around you when you're out in the woods, and they escort you. They flank you until you have left the area that they would like you to be out of. So James has a fantastic encounter involving that, and this is his most intense situation that he's ever had with them.
I don't usually tell this story. It's not something that, I guess, my buddy that I was with kind of swore me to secrecy, and I didn't tell it for a long time. So living up here, do a lot of hunting and stuff in the past. I don't really hunt anymore, but we've done a lot of hunting in the past, and where I'm at, there's a whole lot of wilderness area. And so there's a place that an old friend of mine told me about years ago, that he used to go and hunt when he was younger. He's an old man. And so he told me where that place was. And it's a spot pretty close to where I used to go fly fishing on a little river, and it's up that river a little bit. So it's way off in the wilderness, south of Highway 20. And you go 19 miles up this dirt road. So this buddy of mine and I went up there. This was probably about 8 years ago. He was still active duty military, and I was retired. And so anyway, we get together for a hunting trip and decide, yeah, we're going to go up to this place that old Hank told us about years ago, and see what we could find. And so we drive up the dirt road and everything, and head up there, and we're wearing hip waders because we planned on spending most of the easiest way up in there was up through the river, walking through the river. And so we're both wearing waders, got regular boots in a pack that we're carrying, so when we get out of the river up at the end up there and can get up into the valley, then we'll change into the regular boots. We head all the way up this river, and probably it's got to be close to 5 miles up this river to where it opens up into the valley where the headwaters to this little river are at, and they all flow down into this big bowl valley. And so we're walking along, we get quite a ways up the river, and almost up to the edge of the valley, and my buddy's like, he's like, yeah, you get this feeling we're being watched? And I'm like, you know, kind of, I don't know, you know. There's a lot of bears around, and it's fall, and with all the fish and the salmon that run up the lower part of the river, but we're way up pretty high. And it's like, you know, you kind of get that feeling once in a while. We're out there, and we finally make it up into where the valley kind of opens up at. And it's like this, it's like a great big bowl that's about 3.5 miles, and pretty high all the way around. And you can see in there, and it's like loaded with blueberry bushes. It's like the higher elevations up here, like Schreiber's Meadow up on Mount Baker and stuff. And you get up into the higher areas, there's a lot of blueberries and huckleberries and stuff too, but blueberries. And so we're kind of looking around, and we hear something, and my buddy's like, you know, he's like, somebody's over there. And I said, somebody? And he goes, well, there's something over there. And it's like, you know, and so we're kind of looking around. We walk up, and we're like right in the edge of the field and stuff up there. We're in the edge of the valley. And he says, and he looks over on the other side. I'm looking around, and he's like, and there's somebody over there too. And it's like, there's no way there's anybody up there. I mean, there's no trail. We've seen zero sign of people. I mean, you run across a beer bottle or something, or a wrapper or something when you're out in the woods here and there. Okay, there's nothing. I mean, there's no sign of people. There's no sign that people have been in there for years, if you know, years. I mean, there's nothing. And so we're still pretty close to the river, and he keeps swearing he can hear somebody talking. And so we start looking around and stuff, and then I started getting the creeps. We decide, well, we're gonna get out of here, and start heading back down. And as we start heading back down, I'm looking, and so to be the east side of the valley, so the side that's away from civilization, then the west side of the valley is kind of towards civilization. I mean, we're 24 miles from the highway. So we start coming back out, and as we're heading down, we're kind of watching things going on, and you can tell there's whatever it was, there's two of them on the east side of the valley, and one on the left side, or the west side, as we're heading back down. And it's pretty obvious, but it's like we can't get a look at them. No matter what we do, no matter how we try to maneuver around, it's like, you know, he'd take off and go down the river a little bit, and I'd sit and watch and see. And neither one of us had a pair of binoculars with us, where usually I carry a little pair of binoculars or something with me. And he had a scope on his rifle, but he didn't want to go search in the woods much with the scope. You know, it's not kosher. I was carrying a 30-30 Model 94 lever action. And because I figured, you know, I wasn't going to get a long shot where we were at anyway, deer hunting. And so we keep looking and watching, and then we get in a spot, we move away from the river a little bit. In the spot, we kind of sit and hunker down for a minute, and you can hear, it's like really deep voices off in the distance, and it's like that kind of where somebody's talking and you can hear them, but you can't hear what they're saying, kind of thing. you know, moving along the edge of the woods, heading back down. We're going back down to the Jeep. We're getting out of there because it's like, you know, we're both starting kind of freaking out a little bit, you know. And so we're moving down. We get back into the creek to move through this spot, and there's like this little log jam that we jump over. The dirt's like backed up on the backside of it. It had been there for a long time, and it's like about 4.5, 5 feet tall. It's got like a little waterfall coming off of it. So we jump over that, and as soon as we jump over it, well, he takes off to the west side where we heard one, and I took off and headed straight up to the right side. And I ran up into the woods to see if we could scare something out, to see if we could scare up a bear or, you know, whatever it was. I mean, I've been tracked by cougars in the woods before. Up hunting Meadowline Falls area, I was tracked by cougars. I was out by myself. So I took off to see if I could flush something out. He went the other way to see if he could get an idea on something, you know. And neither one of us could see anything. We heard something moving on both sides. You could hear them, but they were far enough away into the bushes that we never could see what it was that was in the bushes. And yeah, they tracked us followed us all the way back out. It was a good 5 miles through there where they played hide and seek through the woods. I've hunted a lot of animals over the years, and I don't really hunt anymore, grouse once in a while. But I hunted a lot of animals over the years. Cougars, bears, all of that. I spent 30 years in the Army. So I've been pretty much in every conflict that we've had since Grenada, up into Iraq and everything. Jungles in South America, to the deserts in the Middle East. And a lot of places in between. And it's probably as far as going up against something, you know, I've hunted people, and this guy's, whatever it was that was out in the woods out here, I'm going to say these guys, I could never get a look at them. It's probably the most skilled adversary, skilled opponent, whatever, however you want to say it. Blend into the woods, blend into the surroundings, hiding, whatever. The most elusive, skilled adversary that I've ever come across in the woods. Probably ever come across anywhere. Yeah, that day was pretty intense. It was pretty intense. I'm totally convinced that if they wanted to get us, they would have. I think they just wanted to make sure we were leaving their home. You know, I'm totally convinced.
Another common behavior of Sasquatch is, of course, rock throwing. We get reports of this all the time when we're speaking to people. It's probably one of the more common behaviors, and we've experienced this here down by the creek.
The rock throwing thing was up, I guess, Gold Bar area. You go up, it cuts, or it's Index. That's Index, farther up from Gold Bar. And you go up past Index, out the road, and turns into a dirt road, and it goes up over an area they call Jack's Pass. And there's a couple of roads that cut off up there, and there was a waterfall, beautiful waterfall up an old logging road. And if you didn't know it was there, you'd never find it. This would have been back 93, 94. I was hunting up there with some buddies of mine. We were all black powder hunting. Used to do a bunch of black powder hunting, muzzleloader hunting season. And so we camped by the waterfall. And in the morning, when we got up, we started a fire and stuff and cooking. And something on top of the hill above the waterfall on the other side of the river was throwing rocks. Size of a large grapefruit, maybe small watermelon size. The rocks were coming out of the wood line and into the water at the bottom of the waterfall. Way too big to be thrown by a person. I mean, unless you had a trebuchet or something, you know, catapult trebuchet. Way too big for a person to throw. And so the first one or two, we were kind of like, oh, it's just rocks falling off the hillside, you know, the morning and the sun hitting and the expansion and so we kind of blew off the first couple of them. And then we actually saw one come out of the wood line and not hit anything on the hillside on the way down. Came out of the wood line and splashed into the middle of the pool. And then a couple more after that. And then we decided we weren't going to go hunting that day. What they call that wilderness area south of us on the south side of the Skagit River. It's between the Skagit River, the Sauk River, then it goes all the way to Mount Vernon area around Arlington, Darrington, Oso area. It's all this whole great big hill. And in the south side of that, there's a handful of houses up around Lake Kavanaugh and that kind of stuff in there. But there's, in that whole wilderness area, you can travel through all of that, and there's a couple of Forest Service roads and Highway 530. And then if you cross Highway 530, that goes into the whole wilderness area that expands all the way into the Cascades, where you're, you know, you're going to go all the way to Lake Chelan on the other side of the mountains. You go on the north side. If you go up north from there, you're going to hit Highway 20. Highway 20 is going to be the last real road that you're going to cross from where we are here all the way into Canada. And then in Canada, you're going to go a ways before you have to cross the highway too. And then from us eastward, you're going all the way over to Winthrop into all of that. There's nothing. There's no roads, no houses, no infrastructure of any kind. Power lines for travel corridors, major power lines. And that's it. And so on the south side of the Skagit River from where we live, there's a place that's called Upper Finney Creek. So there's Finney Creek and Upper Finney. And I used to go up into the area up there and go hunting all the time. There was a particular area that I used to go. It was really good for grouse. And so in September, weather's still good. September 1st, grouse open. And I go up there all the time. And I walk down these areas and these roads, and they're all closed off. They're overgrown old logging roads. And I go through this particular area because if you find grouse in a spot, they're going to be in that spot next year. And so it's like I get these particular places that I go. So I walk back up in there all by myself and, you know, and walking along. And one year I walked in there, and this was the last time I hunted in that area. I walked in there and I went, oh. And I looked down and I realized, oh, I've walked past this big rock. I've always known where that rock was, because the first time I walked down that road, I shot a grouse that was in a tree right above my head. I didn't know he was there. He scared the hell out of me. He took off flying. I pulled up and I shot that grouse. And I remembered the area where it was. There's this big rock at the bottom of this tree stump that was about 7 feet tall. I could walk up on the edge of the root ball and put my hand on the top of the tree stump. And that rock had been picked up out of the hole and placed on the top of that tree stump. And you could see where all the moss bed was and everything and all of that. There's no machinery marks. There's nobody drove back in there. There's no way to drive back in there anymore. No nothing. And there's no way you're going to convince me that 15 guys came in there, wrestled that big rock up on top of that stump, and they didn't disturb the ground around where that rock was. It was like that rock, and it had to have been that big around, at least that big around, was picked out of that hole. It wasn't rolled out of the hole. It was picked out of that hole and placed on the top of that stump.
In 2022, a group of us went camping in the Cascade Range of Washington State. Scott Taylor was present, and for those of you that are unaware of Scott's work, he is responsible for investigating more Sasquatch reports in Washington State than anyone else. While sitting at the campfire, I asked Scott, out of the 210 reports you've already conducted, what is your favorite? Without hesitation, he said, The Night Watchman. This is one of our favorite Sasquatch stories, and we've asked Scott to meet us on location to tell us the story. This is the report of the Night Watchman.
Hi, my name is Scott Taylor. I'm a BFRO field investigator. I had my first encounter in 2005 in October. The next year I went on a BFRO expedition, and after that became a BFRO investigator. This is one of my early reports. This report was done in, I believe, about 2008, but the events that happened here was 2003, starting in July, late July, and going through August and into September. This is the story of the Night Watchman. And what happened was a couple had been hired to stay up here while they're logging and watch the equipment, make sure nobody broke into it or messed around with it. So the first that they were here, their trailer was parked right here in this place, right along the road. And the logging was up above us here. Now the character of the forest has changed quite a bit. Back at that time, and for a few years after that, this was just a fresh, clear cut. Now the alder trees are 30, 40 feet tall. I worked for 35 years as an engineer at Boeing. And so things like this, I take a scientific look at it, but also you have to have a certain amount of intuitive understanding of what people are telling you too. So that works out really well for figuring out, how things really transpire during events like what this couple had to endure through the summer. And it actually, at first it was scary for them. They got used to it, and then it became kind of routine. Their big mistake was mentioning it to the logging crew foreman, and with doing that, the next day they were removed from the area. So the loggers did not want that story to get out. So this is the site of the first night when this Night Watchman got here. The trailer had just been pulled in, they just got things set up, and they decided to come down here and fish in this pond. And so it was, late afternoon, and they were fishing, and just right across the pond, a Sasquatch vocalized real loud. And they're just like, oh, what's that? And it kind of scared a few ducks. And then the Sasquatch back behind on the other side of them also vocalized, as if they were communicating back and forth, which they were. And that was enough for these people. So they grabbed their fishing poles, they threw them in the car, they got in their car, and they started taking off down the road. And something scared some ducks up, and the ducks were actually flying through the trees here and came out onto the road. One of them slammed into his driver's side rear view mirror, and it killed the duck. Really unusual for ducks to fly through trees, so something had to have frightened that duck a lot, that it would come this way through the trees rather than that way out into the open. So this is the rough location of the second encounter. We call it Eyes in the Clear Cut. What they had done, this couple had walked down this road here, and they had a laser pointer, and they had discovered with their cat that if they shined the light on the cat, that the light refracted off the fur and danced all around the fur, and it was really pretty. So they thought, well, let's see what happens if we do that on deer or elk or whatever is out here. So they walk out here in the dark, and they see 3 sets of eyes off to the left of this little road, and they started shining the laser pointer at them. And so the eyes are ducking and weaving, trying to stay out of the laser light. And finally, they got up and the eyes moved to the other side, to the right side of this little road. And one stood up full height. And then they realized that it wasn't a deer or something like that, and became again a little frightened. But they could see it, the light dance off the hair of the Sasquatches, and they could see that there were three. There's a male, female, and a juvenile. And so they had enough and decided to head back to their trailer. When the Sasquatches had had enough and decided they were going to leave, they came down this direction and went down through the forest going down the hill. And while they were going down the hill, the people could hear the two Sasquatches, the male and the female, talking to each other. And what they got from that was they were complaining about these people hitting them with the laser light. I mean, they wouldn't know what a laser light was, but they were being hit with a light, and they didn't like it. And they could tell when the male talked because it was a deeper voice, and they could tell when the female talked because it was a more feminine voice, and it had a certain little sound she made at the end of each of her phrases. So over time, they could always tell who was who out in the woods just by when they heard them talk.
Because the witnesses do not have audio recordings of the speech they heard, here are a few recordings from our property of both male and female Sasquatch. This will give you an idea of what they might have heard.
Okay, as the days went by, they got more used to the Sasquatches being around, and they had this bright idea that they would make a blind. And so they took a lot of alder poles and brush, and they stood it up alongside this stump that's now fairly overgrown. But they made a blind up on top. They put poles in vertically, and then they wove sticks in horizontally, and they went up in there and they hid. And they were hoping, picture that this is all open at the time because it was a fresh clear cut, and they were hoping to see the Sasquatches come to the water down below them, and nothing happened. It was dusk, it got dark, nothing at all happened. So they got bored and they climbed down, and as they're walking the road out, one of the Sasquatches was right behind them, probably by this big maple tree, and it hooted at them and just let them know, like, ha ha ha, you didn't fool us. So the third night that the night watchmen were here, they decided they would take a late afternoon, early evening walk and walk up this road. And it was just, an open spur road at the time. And they went back about a quarter mile, maybe a little further. And the guy started getting a heebie-jeebie feeling. Real uneasy, something's not right, has how he's feeling, kind of scared. And so he said, well, let's go back. And so they started walking back, and on one side, on their left side, they heard this beautiful flute-like whistle. And they stopped and they looked around, they couldn't see anything, and so they kept on walking, and then it would start whistling again. And there was actually one on the other side of them too. And basically they were escorted all the way out by whatever it was that was walking on either side and whistling. So one evening, the female witness wanted to fill up their water jugs, and they had rigged up a hose from the spring up the hill all the way down to a pool that was here. Now this isn't free flowing anymore, but at the time this was a free flowing open little creek. And so she was down here by these rocks on her hands and knees trying to fill up her jug. And right by this stump over here, the little one was looking out. And he was an itty-bitty little guy, black, shiny, leathery looking face with amber colored eyes. And he was down, kind of crouched down real low, or maybe on his tummy, but just peeking around the tree. She saw him, and she looked at him and she said, "You stay right there." And she backed up and went to get her boyfriend, and when they both came back, it had taken off. But it was just watching her fill up the water jugs. This is the site of the fifth encounter. The woman had gone up the hill to check on the logging equipment, make sure it was all locked up nice and secure, and it was just right at dusk, about 10 p.m. summertime. It's still light enough you can see fairly well. She came walking down the road, and she's only about this big, little red-headed gal. She's not real tall. And she heard what she called a snorkeling sound. What she meant was a slurping sound. And she was curious about it, so she walked from the road over this way a little bit further. And there's a spring down here that you can't see. But at that time, you could, see where it was. And what she saw about maybe 50 yards away was a great big butt. And she could tell that it was something bent over drinking from the spring, and she wasn't sure what it was. At first she thought maybe it was an elk or a bear or something, and then it stood up. And she said it was so fluid the way it stood up, it appeared to almost just grow out of the ground, because they are so athletic and such great shape. They can just stand up, they can do things humans can't do. Well, she saw it, she screams, it saw her, it screams. They both headed separate directions, both screaming. And she ran down, all the way down to where the trailer is, down at the road. And she got her boyfriend to come out, and he had been working on the car, so he was out, and he said, "Yeah, I heard it scream and run the other way." She thought it was screaming and chasing her, but it really wasn't. They both just parted ways, and it's almost kind of a comical scene if you think about it. A little girl running away screaming from a Sasquatch, and an 8-foot, 9-foot tall Sasquatch running away screaming, frightened of a little girl. So quite an event that night for them.
Many people believe that food is the most precious resource to the Sasquatch. I believe it's water. Not just any water, but spring water. Spring water is naturally alkaline. It neutralizes acid in the body and reduces inflammation. Here's a photo taken by Scott at the time of the investigation. This is where the female witness saw the big male. There's a spring in the middle of the photo.
Okay, so their trailer was parked about 40 yards over here. And one night, it was August 8th, one night they heard something walking around, and it went kind of across this way and down, and a great big animal, big thing. So the guy, he gets up and he goes over here, and he's looking down there, and it's dark, but not totally dark, and he's scared about what it is. So he yelled at it and threw a rock, and when he threw a rock at it, it grabbed 2 trees and starts shaking these trees. And one of the trees, it completely knocked the tree over. So that so frightened the witness that he fired his one remaining cartridge out of his little .32 caliber pistol into the air and yelled, "Go away," and he ran back for his trailer. When the shot was fired, the male that was over here called out to the female, which was what broke the tree down, to basically say, "Are you okay?" And then the Sasquatches left, and they stayed in their trailer the rest of the night.
One thing that I have learned about the Sasquatch is that they do not like to leave a trace. You might find a primitive hunting blind near a game trail, or some downed trees that seemingly block human access. Either way, these structures blend in with the forest and can be mistaken for natural occurrence. It takes a trained eye to spot, because their structures are so few and well camouflaged. Here are a few photos that Scott took from the site. They may or may not have happened naturally, but either way, they are odd. I have found that a good rule of thumb is that if it's obvious, it probably wasn't made by the Sasquatch. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
live on an Indian reservation in Washington State, and our property is completely surrounded by tribal lands. We hear the Sasquatch quite often. I've actually recorded them year-round. The sightings is a different story. So we hadn't had a sighting in over 10 years until Friday, May 10th, which was actually the day of the Aurora Borealis. I saw a Sasquatch that was standing across a field that was about 200 yards away from us. And what I saw was very two-toned in color. It was similar to like an orangutan red. An orangutan red all over here. I saw the entire shoulder, and I saw the entire head. I'll show you the drawing that I did in a minute, but there was a orangutan color, but it was more golden, more bronze. And then there was a second color. There was a lighter color, a lighter golden bronze. It might have had gray to it. And this was on the patch of his arm right here, his or her arm. I assume it's a male because of the conical head I saw. Was very conical, and the females don't appear to have very pronounced coned heads. So I saw this light patch here, and then I saw there was something on the face, something up here that was also a discoloration, this second color, this light color. I saw it briefly. Jonathan was standing over here facing me, and he was talking, and I was thinking about what he was saying, and I briefly looked up, down, and then caught what I saw and looked across the field, and just like a typical Sasquatch sighting, it was gone. Just in the blink of an eye, it was gone. I didn't see if it went right, left, or down. I have no clue which way it went, but it blew my mind. It totally blew my mind. I was kind of high on adrenaline for a couple days because of the sighting. I had seen what looked like an arm. This was over a decade ago, but I've never seen one during the day like this. I've never seen that. And I speculate that this is the same Sasquatch that I got the daylight photo of because of the discoloration. Like I said, there was some lighter thing on the head, and the one in the photo that I got, we weren't sure if that was sun glints, discoloration, or what, but because of my sighting, I think that it is a second color. I don't think that it's a bald patch. I think that it's a second color on this Sasquatch, possibly an older male that is starting to turn a little bit more gray or lighter in color. I don't know. This is all speculation. If you're unfamiliar with the daylight photo, not everyone has seen it, like our thermal video. There's a backstory behind it that has to be told, because I didn't just go to the side of my yard, see a Sasquatch, point camera, and take a picture. So the night before, there was a group of people over. Shannon LeGros was over. Our friend Kirk Brandenburg was over. There might have been a few others that were over. And to the side of our yard, about 120 feet away, there's what looks like a head popping up above this down tree. And the next day, Shannon LeGros and I are recreating the area to figure out if it was a head we saw moving up and down, or if it was a small creature on this down tree. So if you've ever looked through a thermal camera, it measures heat. It's taking a picture of the heat. The hotter it is, the brighter it is. So the trees and stones can pick up a lot of heat throughout the day and look very bright. We were trying to figure out exactly where I was standing when we recorded this thing the night before to gauge what it was. remember this is 2014, I believe. October of 2014. And so the technology then, I grab a Sony Handycam to snap a photo so that we could use the photo to line up the trees in the thermal to see exactly where we were standing. We never ended up using the Sony Handycam photo. The creature in the thermal ended up being something small on this down tree. Almost a year later, I'm clearing SD cards to clear space for audio. I was recording audio every night then, and I needed more space. So I was clearing cards. I popped this in. There's one file, and it's a photo. And I can see from the thumbnail of this photo, I can see a Sasquatch's head. And here's that. I'm going to show that to you, and I'm just going to let it sit there for a minute to see if you can spot it with your own eyes, because I did. And I didn't know that they looked like this. I was expecting something a lot different. So I'll see if you can spot it. Mind you, the copy I had is a lot better than what you're seeing now. Copy of a copy, and on whatever device you're watching it on. Here's a close-up of it. So you're seeing the Sasquatch from here up. And this creature appears to be about 7.5 feet tall. Could have been crouching, but at a minimum, it was 7.5 feet tall, is where about I reached when I was standing on a chair. If you note his head and the face, there's something going on right here with the discoloration. There's something going on. So, that's why I believe it might be the same Sasquatch, and it might be the same Sasquatch that we're seeing repeatedly. It's possible this is the same one that's in the thermal video as well. What's crazy about this photo, absolutely crazy, is that neither Shannon or I had a clue that he was standing there. We had no clue he was there, and he's a very focal point of the picture. That is where the creature was standing the night before this photo was taken. That's where the creature in the video was taken. So, neither of us knew he was there. He was that still, he was that patient, he was that whatever he had to be to stand there, and for two people that were focusing on that area, we didn't see him. We took a picture of the area, and John had been speaking to a guy by the name of Jonathan Easley on the phone that evening. Jonathan Easley has a YouTube channel, and I'll link that in the description because he's got some really good videos out there. He just did one on the Freeman site that's really good. But what Jonathan Easley did is he took the overlay that I made, the drawing that I made, and he overlaid it onto the area where I saw the Sasquatch. So here's that. Now, when Jonathan walked over to the area, we don't know if so the area where he was standing is kind of a slight incline. And we don't know how far up or down he was standing, but when Jonathan was over there, it was easily 2 feet taller than Jonathan, and John's 6 feet. So this was a very large Sasquatch. The one in the photo, the daylight photo that I got, was standing at about 7.5 feet. I don't know if he was crouched a little bit or what, but the one that I saw 2.5 weeks ago appears to be around the same height, between 7.5 and 8 feet tall. So I think that it's possibly the same male. We're going to be camping down in this area with a group of people this weekend. We're going to be camping down in the area where we saw the Sasquatch, and also where a lot of activity has occurred over the years. There's a lot of different stories from down there, and a lot of people that have come out here have had their own encounters down there. Shane Corson was over one time with Jonathan, and they went walking down there, and they smelled the worst foul smell of like garbage and sewer. And so Shane grabbed his thermal camera out and was scanning the tree line where I saw the Sasquatch, and he saw a head, you know, bouncing back and forth from out the tree line. And this was followed by large items, possibly boulders, being thrown into the creek that's right down there. Also, about a year and a half ago, Jonathan and I were sitting outside when we heard what sounded like a Sasquatch clearing its throat. So we're going to be camping down in the area where I had my sighting, and we're not going to do a lot of filming because it's more of a leisurely camp out, but we're going to be collecting data, and we'll share the view of what it looks like down there. We're going to be recording while we're camping out, and I'm sure that there's going to be multiple audio recorders going. So if we find anything recorded, we'll also share that in the near future after everyone reviews their audio. So another thing that I would like to mention is a report that occurred about a month before my sighting. This actually is published on the BFRO website. This involved 2 people, and Scott Taylor believes that it was a curious Sasquatch that was pacing them. So I'm going to link that in the description. What do you think Sasquatch needs or requires?
A water source and a food source, but also lots of really thick vegetation to hide in. I mean, don't you think so? Since I haven't seen one yet, I'm just speculating. But
there's a lot of resources that the Sasquatch will guard as their own. I believe them to be territorial over things like this. I don't believe them to be nomadic unless it's absolutely necessary in certain areas. But other than that, I think that they're quite territorial and very protective of their resources. I've said in another video that I personally think that the most important resource to them is water, running water, and even more so spring water, because of its healing benefits and its alkalinity and its minerals that are in there. We have spring-fed creeks nearby as well. But other than that, I think that they guard their other resources. There's a lot of berry fields and berry patches that they seem to be protective over, and also some nut groves, nut trees. We have some apple groves. I don't know how long they are, how old they are, but they're very old. We have very large apple trees here on the reservation. And also down in the area where we're going to be camping, there's actually a walnut grove, a black walnut grove.
So this whole area is pretty much tucked back in here, sandwiched right up against the river system passing through the area. So the salmon and other fish are using this pathway, and the ungulates really hang out really close back in here. This large meadow area expands up through here, and so it's just a really great habitat for animals to kind of congregate and funnel away from human activity. And this entire area, as you can see, is just all seems to be black walnut, and it's just there's several, at least 60 acres if not more, of just black walnut here. And it's an amazing food resource. It's loaded with your omega oils, high protein, high fat content. It's just an amazing type. If I was a large hominid, this is the kind of area I'd hang out in, especially in the winter months when it's cold and calories are difficult to locate without expending too much energy. Here you could just hang out, pick up a couple of rocks, crack open nuts and hang out, and avoid most of the human tension outside of the area revolving around hunting seasons, and have most of your needs met. It's pretty much it's like a little mini paradise. It's a great area to hang out. Another cool thing about this area is that it's very similar to other areas we've done work in. Is you have this commonality of the salmon pathways and the fish in association to these sanctuaries, where you have a various seasonal threshold. You have these thresholds of different seasonal foods coming into play, whether it be the walnut, or you have trout and salmon coming up. You also have a vast carpet of these salmonberry, huckleberry, raspberry. You have rose hips. You have gooseberry. You have a massive platform of calories available throughout the year, but particularly in those months when it's difficult to find food. And it's very similar to what we see in other areas. We have one particular location that shows the exact same commonality in the sense of by the way of the walnuts here. It's an omega producer. It's high fat, high protein. It's the perfect resource when things turn sour in the winter months.
After I saw the Sasquatch, we called a few people right away. We called David Ellis, our friend and colleague, because he's really who got us started in everything, and we were so excited to tell him and his wife. Then I called Scott Taylor, and I understand why he's so good at taking reports, because I was quite emotional over it. I was kind of hyperventilating and just really high on adrenaline, not out of fear. It was 200 yards away. You know, it was as vanilla of a sighting as you can get, and as safe as a sighting as, you know, you get. But it was just purely adrenaline and the excitement. I mean, I live here and hear them all the time. I just had heard them 2 weeks before the sighting, you know, and it's been kind of an active spring, surprisingly, with vocals. The neighbors also report vocals and activity. But to see one is totally different. I mean, it's been 10 years since this has happened on our property. So, and it was literally a glimpse, just a quick, brief glimpse, you know. But one of our friends that we contacted after speaking with David and Scott is a BFRO investigator like Scott. If you don't know what that is, the BFRO is the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. They compile the reports. I believe it's the largest compilation of Sasquatch reports in the United States. I think so. We use it as well as others when we're looking for data. But the person that we contacted with sent us an unpublished report that happened 5 miles from our home 7 hours later. And this was a vocal that was heard. Do I believe it's the same Sasquatch? I don't think so, but it's possible, you know. I'm just speculating no, because I don't know why. I just don't think that they go that way. I think they go the opposite way. But it's possible, because 5 miles is not a very big distance to cover as a Sasquatch. So it's possible that it's the same. It's also possible that moon phases and such, and things like solar flares, geomagnetic storms, do have an effect on all things, including wildlife. So we were having the geomagnetic storm that day, the Aurora Borealis, which we saw that same evening. But I think it's possible it was just a very active day. Jonathan and I, 5 days ago, we heard the coyotes sound off. This is at night. We hear the coyotes sound off, and at the very end of them sounding off, I'm not sure if this is what caused them to stop sounding off. I don't know, but something started in a different direction than them, and it it sounded like ooh, ooh. It did this like 6 or 7 times, but it was a lot louder than what I'm doing and deeper than what I can do. Louder and deeper. It was so loud that a loud car was driving by at one point during one of the vocals, and you could still hear it over the loud car. So this was a really loud vocal. Our guests leave after camping Memorial Day weekend down at the creek. Our guests leave on Monday. Tuesday evening, Jonathan and I are outside talking, and we hear from the area close to where I saw my sighting, about 200 yards away from us, we hear the first part of the vocal we'd heard 5 days ago, the ooh, and it did it 2 times. And Jonathan and I both thought that it was a Sasquatch both days. So we both thought it was a Sasquatch. When we first got into Bigfoot, we thought everything was a Bigfoot because we didn't know the forest. You know, you've got to learn all of the sounds. You've got to learn, like, owls can make some crazy sounds. Just 2 days ago, my youngest daughter and I, we heard a barred owl up in the tree, and it sounded like a freaking monkey. It sounded like a monkey. So you have to learn the sounds. Even cows can make crazy noises too. But Jonathan and I both thought that that was a Sasquatch that we heard, both those vocals. They vocalize quite often. And I didn't record for many years, so I'm glad to be doing it again because that's what paints the picture. Most of the picture happens at night. So you got to capture that. If you want to know, this is how you learn patterns. This is how you learn how many individuals you're working with. This is how you learn which areas they favor. This is how you learn how far they go, what months they're here. It's the only way, because otherwise you're going to get a sighting every decade, a glimpse every decade. You know? So you literally get just like a glimpse of Sasquatch until you can get to the point where you're like these people who they have become so routine to these Sasquatch that they're a little bit less hidden around these people. I met an older man at Squatch Fest this year in Washington State. And I spoke for him for over an hour. And he had them on his property for a very long time. And he saw them. He said the male showed himself first, but he eventually saw the female, eventually saw the young one, but never together. If you could get like that, like this old man, you could probably see them more often. Maybe a glimpse a year. Maybe 2 glimpses a year. And that's way better than audio. That's way better than footprints. That's way better than anything. Seeing them is way better than anything. However, it's still not going to tell you it's not going to paint you the picture. You've got to do audio. welcome to our channel where we share Sasquatch evidence and first-hand encounters, and sometimes we even share stories from fellow researchers. I'm very excited about this one today. We are going to be speaking with a man named John Pickering. He is a researcher in Washington State, and he's just a great guy with some good stories and some good theories. Here he is to share his Sasquatch encounters.
Well, my name is John Pickering. I'm an amateur Sasquatch researcher from Western Washington. I was born and raised in the Olympic Peninsula, in Grace Harbor. Lived here all my life and really never wanted to go anywhere else. From kind of an early age, my family, whenever their families would go on vacation, maybe go to Disneyland or go visit someplace, we went camping. Everything was always around something out in the woods, out in the nature, whether it was fishing or hiking or just out exploring. That was what we considered fun and recreation. And as I spent time from a very early age out in the woods, I got really interested in everything, nature-wise. But I was always kind of told that there was no such thing as a Sasquatch. That was just lore and fictitious thing. But I always had kind of a little interest in the back of my brain. I always kind of thought, I don't know. Something just told me there was something about it that was real. So as time went on, and travels and exploring, I was about 15 years old, and I wanted to go to some lakes that my father had talked about. Him and his old hunting partner had went to 30 years prior to that. And we went to these lakes. I got a friend, he was going to go with me, and my dad was going to drop us off. And so we hiked into these lakes, and we got up there, and it was July, but there was still a little bit of snow on the ground, and it was all real neat. High kind of lake, mountain lake. But my friend, he kept saying that something was watching us across the lake. I didn't see anything, but he kept swearing that there was something over there watching us. We kind of, for lack of better words, the atmosphere was just kind of weird. We felt just weird. So we decided, you know what? We were supposed to spend the night at the lake, and we decided, nope, we're out of here. We just got nervous. And we hightailed back out of the lake, had to go climb down a pretty long, steep ridge. And we get to a little spur road, and we start walking down that spur road, and it got dark. And there was no moon that night. It was a starry night, but there was no moon, so it was very dark. And as we're walking down the road, it was just enough light to make out where the road was. It was pretty good, probably about 40-year-old second growth timber along both sides of the road at that point. So it was fair-sized timber, but not real big. And it was just a wall of black. And as we're walking along, my friend's like, kept asking me if I heard that. And at the time I hadn't. And then all of a sudden I heard a pretty good crunch in the brush to my left. My friend was to my right. And I made the comment, well, it's probably just a deer or something. I'll yell at it and scare it away, and would continue walking. So I let out this yell, and we start walking, and whatever it was, it started walking. And very, very distinctive crunch, 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 like bipedal type steps. And at first, I kept telling myself, oh no, I'm hearing my friend's footsteps, even though it was on the other side of me. So I said, stop. And we both stopped, and whatever it was took a couple steps and stops. And well, we're 15 years old. We're getting pretty spooked. But so we continue walking. When we start walking, it starts walking. And this went on about 2 miles down the road until the river comes up alongside the road, and we went under a bridge and built a fire, and spent the night. So that kind of set the stage a little bit for me wondering what the heck was that followed us down that road. But at the time, I still like, oh, deer, bear, cougar, I didn't know. So years later, I'm 22 years old now. A friend of mine and I decide we're going to take vacation at the same time, and we're gonna hike somewhere, do some fishing. He wanted to do some fishing. And we debated where to go, and the same location came up. And we decided, okay, we'll go there. That's good fishing. But we had to set our vacation at work, where we worked, like in December, to go. So we weren't going to be going until July. So we had a lot of time to talk about it. And during that time, I was being trained with an old gentleman on another job. And we were talking about hiking and fishing and camping and stuff, and the same location's name came up. And that's like, yeah, I had been there once, and everything. And he said, well, he said, something really strange happened there one time. What's that? He says, well, I was there with my son, and my son was about 12 or 13 at the time. And we were camping in one of the old Army pup tents that were two shelter halves that just snapped together, no floor in it. And in the middle of the night, my son just started screaming. And it said it took him several minutes to get him calmed down enough to understand what his son was saying. And he said something stuck its hand underneath the tent, and he hit it with the flashlight. So it's like, well, I said, wow, he told me that story. He said he got up, looked around, he never saw anything, but he always kind of wondered about that. So this kind of helped set the scene. I go tell my friend this, and then I tell him the story of what happened when I was 15. I jokingly said, this is where old Harry lives, and it was kind of a joke, and we jabbered back and forth. And as the months went on, getting closer to vacation, every time we talk about it, I'd say, you'll see, that's where old Harry lives. So it comes July, we got our vacation, and we go and we hike into these lakes, and beautiful sunny summer, July, and we get to the one main lake, and we get our packs off, and we're all kind of set our camp out a little bit, and he starts around the lake one way fishing, and I'm out going around the other way fishing, and there's this really loud thump. It's kind of in a big basin, and this very loud thump, kind of bang happens, and he looks at me, and I look at him, and I said, I told you. And we both kind of laugh. Both of us thinking, well, maybe some elk jumped, maybe, bear, who knows. Rock fell, whatever. And that happened a couple times during the day. And then we had dinner, got dark, and because it was kind of a pretty rough hike into this lake, we took the bare minimum for what we had to take. We had a sleeping bag, our fishing poles, and a little bit of cooking stuff, and that was about it. And it got dark, and all of us, we had laid down just out on the ground in sleeping bags to go to sleep, and all of a sudden there was a commotion. And the only thing I can compare it to is like a bluff charge from a bear. It was a very intense, rapid crash, 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 thump, and it stopped. And both of us, immediately are alerted to whatever this was, and then it's just quiet, nothing. So we decided we better get the fire going back again, and we get a fire going, and he had what was called like a hiker's lantern at the time. All it is a little metal case with some glass windows and a candle in it, and we lit that. And that was the only light we had, that in the fire, because we didn't take a flashlight with us, because at that time flashlights were heavier than they are these days. And so we settle back down. We don't hear anything. Probably a half hours went by, nothing going on. And like, wow, that was weird. And then all of a sudden, from another direction, same thing. Just a crash, thump, bang, thump. And we're all alerted again, sitting up, looking, and nothing. Quiet. Probably a half hour goes by, nothing. And the same thing, but a different direction. And as this basically kept up all night long. And several times during this, it was really heavy huckleberry brush under the timber. And you could hear like something being thrown through that brush. It's like if you throw a rock and it goes through brush, you can hear it hitting the brush and then thump when it hits the ground. We heard rocks thrown. And then that really kind of set me off because I kept thinking it was probably a bear. And at this point, then it's like, bear don't throw rocks. And like I say, it kept up during the night, and several times there would be what sounded like, like a 4 or 5 inch limb being snapped. You'd hear that kind of noise too. And basically, when it got daylight, we got the heck out of there. And that incident, it was kind of funny because we did not talk about it afterwards. We just kind of like were real quiet about it with each other. But that incident bothered me something fierce. It just bothered me. I'd ran around the woods my whole life at that point, never really thinking about anything like this. I knew there were bear out there. I knew there were cougar. I knew there were a lot of things that may not be friendly if you ran into the wrong way, but this was a whole different thing. And it bothered me so bad. After probably 5-6 years, I decided I've got to do something about this. I have to try to figure this out so it will quit bothering me so much. And that's when I decided that I'm going to try to look into this Sasquatch thing, Bigfoot thing, because that was the only thing that fit with what happened to me as best I could tell. So I was kind of late in life to get into the internet or anything like that. And the first year, I had started kind of reading and looking into things a little bit. And the first time I ever got on the internet, the first thing I did a search on was Bigfoot. And I couldn't believe there were just thousands and thousands of different things online with Bigfoot. And it's like, wow, I'm not alone. The similar stories have happened to countless other people. And it snowballed from there. It's like, oh man, I'm not alone. I kind of felt vindicated, for lack of better words, because other people were experiencing the same thing, same different things, and reading other stories. And that's basically what started my interest in Sasquatch research. Okay, yeah, there was 4 different reports, upper drainage of the river drainage that I run around in for years. Of these a couple of Sasquatch were kept being seen by people. The male one was quite a bit bigger than the female, and it was real dark, like black, but it kind of had like white or silver on its shoulders, kind of like almost like a silverback gorilla when they get older, kind of turning silver. And the female was considerably smaller, and she was kind of reddish colored. And they had been seen like 4 different reports I know in that same area up there, this upper river drainage, that I know one of the guys see him. It was kind of funny. I was up there actually the weekend after he had the sighting. It was the first I had heard of him, and I got a pretty good report of what he saw and exactly where he'd seen it. And then later, I got different reports that it sounded like the exact same 2 running as a pair, a male and a female. As time went on, I think all Sasquatch researchers go through certain kind of a progression of what they do and how they look at things. But for me, it's always been about getting out in the woods, because that's what I like to do. It's always, sometimes I say, it's like, I'm just a guy that likes to go in the woods. The rest of this just kind of comes along with it. So I start looking into these things, but it's always, wrapped around going hiking or exploring or something like that, there are times when it's been very specifically that we're looking for Sasquatch evidence or something. I've been involved with some other, some expeditions and some different television filming and some other things. But most everything that really interesting that ever happened seems like it's always when you're doing something else. You're not looking for a Sasquatch, the Sasquatch finds you type thing. Some of the interesting things that's happened over the years is I had been deer hunting in a location where I had to cross through kind of a trail through some timber into another network of logging roads. And I was coming back. It's getting dark. It's not quite dark yet. And interestingly enough, a Sahuet owl is following me. And it just keeps giving a little whistle at me. And I can see it silhouetted occasionally. So I keep stopping to look back for this owl. And all of a sudden, from way distant to the east, I get what sounds very much like what is referred to as the Tahoe scream. Which, strangely enough, sounds kind of like a sonar ping to me. It's just a weird whoa sound. And I kind of funny because I stopped and I thought, man, that sounded just like the Tahoe scream. And so I waited for a while and I didn't hear anything else. And as I walked out, I got across the trail and I got back to my truck and get off my gear and I get in the truck and I'm starting to drive out. Well, the truck is on kind of a landing on top of a finger ridge, and the road drops down along the side of this finger ridge into a creek bottom and comes back up another finger ridge and then drops over that ridge and drops into another creek bottom and comes up to a timberline. And this is all a logged off, that's probably about 6 or 7 years old. The reprod trees are, 5-6 feet tall or so. And as my truck drops down to the first creek bottom and comes up the second finger ridge, as my headlights sweep over to the edge of the timber on the next ridge over, I see two very large, upright, dark figures that were headed in the same direction that Tahoe scream came from. And as my headlights sweep them, I slam on my brakes, and so they're a little past back behind the headlights, and they turn and they just take off at a really fast speed back the way they were coming from. And I'm quickly throw the rig in reverse, and I'm trying to back up, trying to catch up to them with the headlights to see what I see, but they're gone before I get to that point. And I'm like, did I just see what I think I saw? Because it's like, I'm running at my head. It's like, nah, they're two black upright figures. They weren't elk. They didn't have a body, a lighter body. They didn't have anything. But I just didn't. It was so quick that it's like, I think I saw two Sasquatch, but did I? There was some doubt in my mind. I drove down along the timber line and I tried to look with a flashlight, but I didn't see anything. It's pretty thick salal brush along where they were traveling. And I told myself, okay, I'm going to go back the next day. I'm going to see if I can find any footprints or anything. And the next day it was just pouring rain, and I looked and looked, but I couldn't find any tracks. I couldn't find any hair. I couldn't find anything. So it's like, to me, I think that's what I saw, but I couldn't tell you for sure. Now I go back to the same area all during deer season, I kept seeing a small herd of elk on this one ridge. And there was a really nice big bull elk in that herd. And I generally didn't elk hunt that much because I hunt basically by myself, and that's where it was, being a walk-in area. It'd be pretty strenuous to try to get an elk out by myself. But I kept seeing this big bull elk, so I decided that year I was going to hunt elk. But I couldn't go hunting for opening day. I was working, so I went back out there after work. I still had an hour or so daylight, so I thought I'll just run in there and see if those elk are there. And I get there and I go up that ridge where I'd been seeing the elk every day, and sure enough, there was his gut pile from somebody else got him. And it's like, shoot. Well, so I get back down to the road, and I'm kind of walking back out this one road a little that's below that in the timber along, and I hear what sounds like two rocks being clacked together up on the ridge above me. Well, this is just adjacent to where this gut pile was. And I'm like, what the heck, is that? So I sat and I listened, and I sat and I listened, and nothing. And then after a while, I decided I was going to clack some rocks together. And I clacked the rocks together, and I hear something take off in the timber, but I couldn't see it. By this time, it's getting really dark, so I decided probably I better get out of there, and I left. The next year, I'm in the same spot, basically, and my rig is parked on this landing, same landing as the first incident. And I was coming back, I went out and I was coming back these finger ridges, or this finger ridge, and a fellow I was hunting with was on the next ridge over, and we were just kind of heading back to the truck. We'd been out hunting, gonna have lunch, and from where the truck was, it's probably another several hundred yards to the timber line behind that. And we're just kind of paralleling each other, and all of a sudden out of that timber comes, for the only thing I can describe it as a roar, because I can't really describe it any other way than it sounded like an extremely loud, powerful roar. It lasted about 5 seconds. It stopped. There was a gap of probably about 5 seconds, and then it did it again for about 3 seconds, a gap again of about 5 seconds, and another about 3 seconds of this roar. And from where we were to that timber line was probably 600 to 700 yards. And in my mind, to create that much volume and power to it, you would need like a professional concert sound system or something. I mean, it was just amazingly powerful. And my buddy, he looks at me, and I kind of look at him, and he's like, what in the hell was that? And in my mind, I already knew what I thought it was, but I wasn't saying anything at the time. So we got back to the rig, and he made the comment and said, maybe we don't want to know what that was. I said, yeah, that was weird. And so the next day there, went back, and I was poking around that timber, and on the back edge of this patch of bigger timber where the sound had come out of, there was it's an old railroad grade. It was grown over, but it was an old railroad grade. And there was one spot in there was kind of a puddle, and it was kind of soft. And there's one pretty good track full of water, and then what looked like what I call a half track, a front half of a foot ahead of that. And that was the only part of it that was really soft enough to take a track. And I went home and I got casting material, and I come back and with a turkey baster to suck the water out of the track, but it was just kind of mudded in from the water and taken most of the detail out of it. So but I never cast it. There was a fellow kind of living, so I put some cameras out there and some other things in that area. Never had any luck with them, but there was kind of a Vietnam veteran guy who was kind of living out that way a little later in a camp trailer for a little while. And I was going in one time to check a camera, and all of a sudden he was camping there. And I talked to him. When I was walking by, he asked if I could jump start his rig, and I said, can I come back to do it? And he's sure. So when I'm talking to him, I kind of interestingly asked him, because he'd been there about a week, and he says, I said, if you hear anything strange out here or anything? And he made the comment of, yeah, I've heard some really weird screams at night. He says, I kind of just thought that maybe you're a cougar or something, but they just kind of sound weird. And well, that's interesting. Another time, my lady and I were down by St. Helens, south of St. Helens. The intent was to go to Skookum Meadows for the weekend kind of thing, and we kind of got a late start, and so we were just kind of looking for a place to camp for the night. And we were just kind of southwest of the Swift Reservoir in the Lewis River when we went out this kind of logging road, and we're kind of driving along, and there were these little dirt spur tracks that went off the road kind of towards the Lewis River. And we were kind of looking for just someplace to spend the night. And this one looked a little wider, and so we start driving down it, and here comes a really old Chevy pickup 4x4, all rusted out, really in rough looking shape, coming at us. And this little grade was just wide enough for the truck, just barely. Anyway, and luckily right there was kind of a pullover, and I pulled off, and this guy pulls up. He was like the quintessential old prospector miner from like the old movies, kind of had a funny hat on, big white beard, and plaid shirt. And he's like, oh, what are you kids out doing? You out camping or something? And yeah, that's what he said. And he's like, oh. And so I asked him, how far does the road go? And he made the comment that, it goes down to the river there, and where we were we're all like pine trees, mainly pine trees, and it was part of an old lava flow off the mountain. They weren't real tall. They were probably 15, 20 feet tall. And over towards the river, there was a line of conifer trees. He said, well, the road there drops down to the river. It gets pretty rough. Okay. And then he made this very specific comment. He says, or asked, he goes, you kids have a camera? I'm like, yeah, I got a camera. And he said, well, I was here last weekend, and this young guy, he come run up to me and asking me if I had a camera. And I said, no, I didn't have a camera. And he said, yeah. He says, there was a family of Bigfoot down by the river, across the river, eating something. And he said, I went down there. I said, sure as heck, there they were. He said, but I didn't have a camera. So this old guy drives off, and I look at Alicia, and she looks at me, and it's like, okay, we're spending the night here. So there was a little pull off there, and we were just sleeping in the back of the truck in the canopy just for the night. And we kind of get set up, and we're sleeping at night, and we hear some kind of a few noises at night, but nothing really anything that exciting. And get up the next morning, and there's this stick figure, for lack of better words. If you took a bough, just a twig, that, like a stick man almost, about yay tall, on the windshield of my truck. Almost like if like a cop will put a ticket under your windshield wiper, but it was this stick figure like thing. And I looked at Lisa and I was like, did you put that there? No, I put that there. I hadn't. And we're kind of looking around, and that's kind of when it dawns on me. I'm looking at this stick figure, and I realize that's a deciduous branch, not a conifer. And all the trees around us are conifers. The nearest deciduous are over by the river, and it's probably a good 75, 100 yards away from us. And it's like, we look at each other, and it's like, what the heck? You know, things like that happen over the years, little odd things. You take them individually, they're just weird, but if it keeps things like that keep happening over time, you got to start kind of questioning what's going on. Those are the kind of things that just make you go kind of shake your head. It's like, what do you do with that? So it just broadens the mystery in my book. You know, somebody I've heard that said, you know, oh, well, a deer's not smart. That's just a dumb deer or whatever. Or that's a dumb raccoon or something. It's like, I kind of like to say, just because something thinks different than we do doesn't necessarily make it dumb. And I think we're dealing with something that's, a lot more intelligent than we give it credit for. And I think we were dealing with something that, in many ways, in the natural world, is way ahead of us. I think they're way more in tune than we are when it comes to their environment. We have a lot of catching up to do them. At least personally, I know I do. Like I say, for me, the things that I encounter for the most part seem very subtle. But I can give a kind of a phony example, a little example at home when I think that I've had activity, but it's subtle. A cougar had killed the spiked deer and stashed it under this alder. And I didn't find it till it was pretty well eaten. I put a game camera on it, and I got some video of the cougar. But he only came back twice, and he was not happy that I had found his kill, because then he moved it a couple times. So later, I took the two jawbones and I set them up on top of this log, not thinking anything about it, really. He had chewed up most of the skull. And these jawbones were on this log for a year at least. Nothing moved, nothing changed, and all of a sudden I noticed one of them had moved a little bit. And frankly, I didn't think anything about it. A raccoon had went down the log, raven had messed with it. I didn't think anything of it. And I walk by this basically every day. And I come by it and I realized, it's moved again, a little different. So I start just pull up my cell phone, take a photo of it. And I realize every day something moves. Jawbone moves one way, gets turned over. This goes on for a week. I put a rock up there, done. Nothing moved again. Still sitting that way several years later. It's like, is that Sasquatch? I don't know. Nobody else is down there. It struck me very weird. I go doing this loop trail. There's one stretch of the trail where we get strange stick formations, for lack of better words. Some people call them glyphs, whatever. We would get triangle patterns. And now sticks fall off trees, all kinds of weird things all the time. You get storm damage, you get all kinds of things. But this one stretch of tail is where we usually get these, and all of a sudden, like one year, it's always triangles, always triangles, always triangles. Next year, it's H's, H's, H's. Back when it was triangles, I go down by the mouth of the creek, and there's a Y in a branch with another branch laid across it, and an agate sitting in the middle of it. Wasn't there the day before. None of it was there the day before. Well, that's interesting. Alicia says they know you like rocks. They see you looking at rocks and picking up rocks. So they left that for you. I don't know. Another spot on the trail, a Y in a branch, but it was a pretty good sized alder branch, but with another stick laying across it, formed the triangle, and it's got one of the old blue bromo seltzer bottles, cobalt blue, laying in the middle of it. Where did that come from? That wasn't here yesterday. None of it was there yesterday. She says they know you like old bottles. I used to do a lot of bottle digging. It's like, how would they know that? Well, they watch you. They see you doing this. I don't know. It's like weird things like that. It's like, can I say that's a Sasquatch? No, I didn't see what did it.
But you do live in prime habitat.
But yeah, but I live in a good spot where I've had other things happen. The property I live on, my dad's old hunting partner, he lived there for a while with a lady that was a friend of his. They kind of became common law and lived there. And that's how I got the property. They were going to move, and they offered it to me. She had lived there for quite a few years before he moved in, and she told me the story that when she had a previous husband who passed away. When they bought that property, there was a single-wide mobile home on the property at the time, and the people that owned it, they were selling the property because they said they would not live there anymore because the Sasquatch was looking in their window, kept looking in their windows at night, and the wife was done. She wasn't going to live there anymore. So yeah, there's some history. I'm on the river, and there's a creek that comes into the property. Along that creek, just up the road, across the road, there's a home that has a very tall chain link fence, an 8-foot chain link fence around it. And that's because the people that lived there, they had some very aggressive German Shepherds, 3 of them. And I got to know them a little bit, and we would walk a lot. They recounted this story of this is kind of before they knew I was involved with Sasquatch stuff. That one night, the dogs were just going crazy. And the husband, he opened his bedroom window, which kind of looked out onto their front porch, and looked to the front of the property where the gate was, and it was dark, but he could see that there was something standing outside the gate. What he thought was somebody standing outside the gate, this dark shape. And he said, "What's going on out here?" And he said it answered him back, but it wasn't human, is the way he described it. And I said, "Well, what do you mean wasn't human?" And he said, "Well, it was kind of this growling, weird voice." And he said, that's when I noticed that Rommel, their big male, who was very aggressive, was on the porch, scared, up against the door, and the other 2 dogs had went into the house. And that's when he's like, "Oh, crap," and he slammed the window shut. He was telling me, I don't know what that was. And he said, and his wife said then they had been hearing strange sounds behind the house in the woods. And what sounds? And the only way she could describe them, and to this day I still haven't quite figured out what it is, to compare it to, because she said, well, it sounded like a satanic whippoorwill. What does a satanic whippoorwill sound like? So yeah, and I've heard other reports in the area.
Is there any time of year that's more active than
Fall.
others? Fall.
October. If you look at cultures around the world forever, the fall of the year, you had different activities because you're getting ready for harvest time. Yeah, the light levels are changing, and now that might have a lot to do with it too, because they seem to be a lot more active in low light hours. So, it's getting the darker time of the year. So their activity time, if that is the case, has just increased. So that might have a lot to do with it too. I don't know. It's all conjecture. There was another one that I got two different reports of that was kind of caramel colored or light tan that I thought was kind of unique, because I don't hear too many reports of like that color. So it was kind of interesting.
One question that we get asked the most on our channel is, how come we don't put trail cameras up to catch the Sasquatch? I tried for years to do this. I thoroughly documented this. I tried placing cameras everywhere, and not just trail cameras, but all kinds of cameras. We had tiny little Wi-Fi cameras that were about this large that I tried putting up and down the ridge that ran on Wi-Fi. They were motion detected. I also tried putting thermal cameras that were over 15 feet up high in a tree that overlooked an entire valley. We also tried trail cameras. We tried multiple types of cameras. And I can tell you with certainty that these creatures know where these cameras are. Do I pretend to know how they know? No, I don't. It could be multiple reasons. It could be smell, sight, feel, hear, whatever it is that these electronics are putting off. The Sasquatch always know. And every time I would remove a camera, they would make it clear that they were using this path again. We have had 2 comments on our channel from 2 different people from different parts of the state that have said in our comment section that they use trail cameras to repel them. One of the comments described the Sasquatch as pests where they live. So they use the trail cameras. It's the only thing that keeps them away is cameras. So whatever the reason is, it's pretty safe to say now, look, there's camera projects all over the country. We know of some really good camera projects, but the Sasquatch are evading them. They're evading these cameras, all sorts of cameras. So here's John Pickering on his theory as to why trail cameras don't work.
Well, I'm very interested in anything with electromagnetic energy, because basically the world is full of it. Everything has a certain electromagnetic signature. Our nervous systems work on electricity, and I think that the natural world especially is way more controlled by that in some ways than we like to think about or have really dove into. Fortunately, when it comes to Sasquatch stuff, you start talking about electromagnetic, everybody is, oh, it's the woo. You don't talk about that. And to me, it's like, why would you not talk about that? Because it is part of our natural world. And everything, I think, is affected to it. It affects them way more than we think. I mean, if you're walking down the street and all of a sudden, ooh, I feel like I'm being looked at. Your hair stands up on your back. Why? Well, that's your body's reaction to something, but what is it reacting to? I think as humans, we're very sensitive to it. We just don't know it. Because our modern world, we go home and we have our electric lights. We have all our electric appliances. We have power lines running around outside the houses, which put out lots of electromagnetic interference. I think it's become white noise to us. If you look at what we consider ancient civilizations, and I can go like to Stonehenge somewhat as an example. Like the blue stones, they know have a lot of quartz in them, which give them a lot of electromagnetic signature. They moved them 50, 60 miles to that site. Well, why would you just not pick the stones that you could get closer? Those stones meant something. There was a reason for that. I think our ancestors were more in tune with electromagnetic energies of the earth and everything else around us than we are today, because they weren't bombarded by it, all this artificial electricity that our modern society has held. So it stands to reason to me that a Sasquatch in the woods will still have those senses that our early ancestors probably had. Now, an example kind of that is that it's recognized, and it's not considered science fiction or woo at all, that quite a few birds, pigeons, other birds, and some other animals see the electromagnetic pole, basically energies of the earth. That's how they navigate over long distance. They've recognized this. It's accepted. At first it wasn't, but it's accepted now. And as of the more they've studied and looked, they realize that more and more animals, as they look at them, have this ability. Now, it's been determined that it's a substance called cryptochrome in their eyes that is sensitive to electromagnetism, that allows them to see these energies. And human eyes have two types of cryptochrome in them, one of which is super sensitive to electromagnetic energy. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's why aren't we seeing it is almost a bigger question than can we see it? Because we have that, it's in our system to be able to see this, but I think it's become white noise. I think for the most part, most people don't really see it because we're so bombarded by it that it's almost like a background noise that their brain is tuning out. For me, I really think that is something that we should really be considering when it comes to Sasquatch research, that these beings probably can see into the electromagnetic spectrum much better than we can, which gives them several advantages, especially when it comes to our electronics, of being able to keep track of us. I think game cameras are a good example of that. I think if you're
All cameras,
everything now has batteries in it, energy in it of some sort. Everything that doesn't. So I think that is an advantage that I think we'd be smart to consider. Whether it is the case or not, I think it's kind of not very smart to ignore the possibility.
Hello and welcome to our channel where we share Sasquatch encounters and evidence. This is just going to be a short film that focuses on a week of activity at our house. So this was a very jam-packed week, and it started on October 31st of 2013 when my brother-in-law and husband got a thermal video of a Sasquatch that lasted over 2 minutes. Now, if you haven't seen that, I'm going to link it down in the description for you to check out. If you haven't seen it, you're definitely going to want to see that because it's the best that I'm aware of. Equipment has improved, so I'm sure that there is another one that will come out soon from somebody else. But as for now, this is the best that I know of. So I'm not going to go into details about that video. What I want to talk about is the audio that was picked up that week. And also on September 1st of 2013, I began journaling everything. I began documenting all activity or possible activity that we were having. And on the 1st of November is when Jonathan told me about the creature that he possibly had picked up in thermal. On November 1st, we had not yet gone over the video. That didn't happen until November 6th. So my audio project, I had the best luck putting audio in the yard. Anytime I tried to infiltrate the forest with any sort of electronics or anything, it just didn't go as well. It worked best when I draw off of their weakness, which is curiosity, and bring them in. And that's when I got the best audio files. So this first one is from November 3rd. Now, all the cows were gone at this point. They were all removed by November 1st. Something came up to the audio and did some very odd, heavy breathing. Then 15 minutes later, the same creature came back to the audio recording and did the same breathing. Now, I get that all creatures breathe, but I don't know what would come up to an audio recording and do this. It seems to fit that odd Sasquatch behavior. And also, this journal entry was from April the following year. But I just find it significant to add to this because this is when somebody heard this live. Our friend and fellow researcher, Shane Corson of Washington State, was over, and he heard breathing live. Here's that journal entry. So later that night at 2 a.m., we capture one of my favorite speech audio clips that comes from a Sasquatch we refer to as the Yip Yeller. We call him this because he often yells yip. On November 5th, the same voice comes back and is captured, and at the end of the recording, he actually yells yip. And then at 4:45 a.m., he's recorded again, but this time there is a second creature, and we think it sounds a lot like the female who we've also picked up on audio. So November 6th was the day that we put in the SD card and watched the thermal video, and of course we were blown away. We went to the ridge later that day and we cast a 16.5-inch footprint, and there was actually two of them. There was a right and a left print, but the only one that was castable, being on the ridge, was the right footprint. And then on November 7th, we went looking for more footprints up and down the ridge, and we found 3 more impressions that were, again, 16.5 inches. We also captured more fantastic audio that night. At 9:45 p.m., we catch this voice. And then finally at 11:30 p.m. on the 7th, we captured the big guy. Now the big guy has such a deep growly voice that it's really hard to make out, and I have multiple recordings of him, what sounds like he's talking, even though you can't make out what he's saying. Here's just a small clip that we got on November 7th of his voice. Also very interesting was that week we tried something with stones. We always hear that Sasquatch will mess with stones or rocks in your yard or garden or whatever. So we took a pile of stones and put them on top of a fence post where an area where they frequent. And every time we would do this, we did this 3 times. Every time we would do this, half of the stones were taken. Half of them. And I get it, something could jump up there, knock them down or whatever, but it was just odd that 3 times half of them were taken, not all of them. So this was a very interesting week for us. It seems like the Sasquatch were at the very least passing through our property multiple times throughout this week and giving us a small glimpse of them every time they came through.
We'll just go along slowly. There's a bit of a sort of a sway there, left to right, back and forth. There also. And moving along. Here also. You know, so we get this kind of motion, swaying motion. Clearly some more movement going on. Up and down motion there. It's very fast, but it's there.
We are in Yakult, Washington with friends Bart Catino and Russ Lockram. The reason we have come to Yakult is because of a place called Sunset Falls. If you have ever listened to an episode from a podcast called Sasquatch Chronicles, you probably know that the host, Wes Germer, had a sighting while with his brother. With permission and directions from Wes, we have come to camp at Sunset Falls, the place of his Sasquatch encounter. The goal was to camp on top of the hill, just past the Sunset Falls campground. Due to severe road washout, we had to camp below. While camping, a local resident passed on a recent story to me. Though he did not claim the event was Sasquatch, we are well aware of the behavior he described. I mention often something we call Sasquatch creepin', an approach tactic they use often at our property. They spread out, communicating as they draw closer. The following event occurred on a hill that faces another hill where Wes Germer saw 3 Sasquatch. Though the witness did not want to be identified, here he is to recall an event from just 3 weeks ago that involved 3 individuals.
Over to the north
northwest, I heard 3 sounds. I couldn't repeat them. Never heard them before. One lower, one mid, and one higher up in the mountain. And you heard it not simultaneously. There were individuals like they were communicating. And then it moved to the east through the forest in about, 15 minutes it took them. You could hear different sequences, but the same sound. And then as like they were communicating, and it moved slowly off to the east into the edge of the forest, the Gifford Pinchot Forest, right into the national forest, right at the edge. And then I didn't hear them anymore. They were gone.
So yeah, no, they're masters of subterfuge, using misdirection. You hear one kind of come around a tree line and will create, if your attention is directed that way, the other one will make a noise, misdirect you this way. In the meantime, this one quietly has moved off and you're not going to hear anything in that exact same spot. It's like clockwork. I mean, some of the best incidences I have were there were non-visual. We go to this location on the Northern California coast. It's a several mile trail, goes right to the ocean, not far from the 101, and very lush in there, heavy canopy, spruce, ferns, some wet bottomland, beautiful trail, it's stunning. And we've had activity through the years periodically, like every couple, 2, 3, 4 years, something happens in there. I stayed the night in there probably, 30, 40 nights over the years. But after first 5 years going in, nothing. And in 2010, December, Bobo and I do our little brother trip. We make sure we get in every year, about 3, 4 nights together. And we just went, we were catching up. We hiked in about 1.5 miles, usual spot where other people have had activity, tarp down, and just sitting talking for about 1.5 hours. He yelled something. We had just got done filming the Saget show, so he yelled something like, "Hey, friend," or something like that. And then we just talked, for an hour. Sure enough, eventually start hearing banging, like, just clear single tree knock. About 3 of them, recorded those. And then we decided it's very thick in there and difficult. We always called it more of a sound zone because you just don't have there's a lot of obstruction, vegetative obstruction, and then you've got an incline on the trail above you. So really hard to film anything alive in there. But we decided to leave the tarp and walk. And it's funny, I got the recording of the whole thing, and about 75 seconds prior, I tell Bobo, I bet you we're gonna get followed out on the incline. And sure enough, we hear and record this plastic pop sound, and we had left the tarp there. There's no wind, there's no nothing. So it really felt like, like it messed with the tarp, kicked the tarp, something. Like I knew exactly where you guys just were. And then, so I'm listening behind me, but he's listening right by us. And then on the incline, we're being paralleled about 25 feet above us. Ridiculously bold. Like I couldn't believe that was happening. And I always say, like, Bobo will never admit it, but we were kind of bumping shoulders walking out of there that night after that happened. And he was like, "Bart, it's there, it's right there." And get the recording. And then we didn't hear anything. We thought we were going to be messed with as we're walking off that trail and into the trailhead parking lot, and nothing else happened. So I recorded that. So you get all that recorded, right? No big deal. It's, knocks and whatever. Go back with Leiterman 2 months later, like on the nose. And Ranger Leiterman and I would go in at dusk. He's got his video camera. And we got the context of the exchange live. It was really cool. We go in and I started with a couple knocks. I think I did a call, and sure enough, boom, same acoustic single knocks response recorded from 60 days prior, whatever that knock sound is. And we've run that through the Spectro, so it matches the unknown target. So then there's like a progression of behavior, which was awesome, because instead of being scared walking away or whatever, we stood our ground. And I continued. I think I did another call or knock. We have it all in the video. And then the next response was a tree being torn down, probably about 75 to 100 yards above us on the incline underneath that spruce canopy.
And it was awesome. I mean, it sounds, you hear in the recording, it sounds like 9-10 gunshots going off, and it's a tree being just ripped down, essentially. Things pissed off. In hindsight, what I would have done is left an audio recorder, pretended that we had a fear reaction and maybe walked away, but we stood our ground, and that was it after that. Nothing else happened, and we went in every subsequent night, nothing else happened. But it was really cool because as impressive as the tree destruction, if you want to call it, was, and getting that exchange live, with it, the single knocks are kind of impressive because they are acoustically identical. So whatever that knock sound is and that was repeated, it's the same. And then we've had it again, 2018, that was 2010, 2011, December and then February. And then nothing, went in there for years again after, nothing. And stayed the night, you can't even see your hand in front of your face. It's such dark canopy in there. Temperature's different as well, because you get a lot of wind rain protection, which is why there probably would be there that time of year on the coast. Makes perfect sense. And anyways, 2018, Bobo and I got surrounded by knocks. And after hearing them, we were literally surrounded, probably 3 individuals. Nothing. We eventually gave up, walked out, and it was awesome. As we're talking, as soon as we hit that trailhead, we got that big knock and just jumped out of our shoes. Weren't expecting it, and it was just a loud bash. We got that recorded. And then I think we've had another time a couple years later, more knocks, but that's it. Not much else. A couple unknown sounds. But it was just cool, that 2-month period going back to back, 60 days apart, having both of them there, and then to have identical stuff recorded was really cool. So that was the NorCal tree destruction video.
In 2023, our friend Tony Merkel visited Wes's encounter site with his film crew. They were met with possible activity that included a foul smell as well as some tapping on their RV. Fortunately, this was all caught on film and will be available in a documentary that features Wes on May 5th. The link to this is in the description. Wes's encounter involved a Sasquatch that dropped down on all fours and did a spider-like crawl. Bart Catino saw something similar while viewing a Sasquatch through a thermal camera.
So, yeah, on my encounter, I don't know if it's on all, I wouldn't say it's all fours, but knees down, arms extended. I felt like it could never really lock in on me. Like, just visually, it could never get a lock on me, but kind of knew the general area of where I was. And once that thing got on the ground, there's a lot I got, but I'm sure there's a lot I missed. Like very agile movements, using body leverage. Once it stood up after, you could see 2/3 is in the upper extremities, but down below, just the way that it moved, turned, repositioned, effortless. Like it was just no problem. And at one point, I remember initially I'm snapping my fingers trying to get Cliff Barrickman's attention. Cliff! And because we had people near us and he couldn't hear me. He was putting stuff back in the truck. But every time I did that, the subject on the ground, it was like, you know, like a dog would get unnerved, or like a smaller animal when it's around people, like it moved, and then it would pause, freeze in between, which was the eeriest thing to see in person. And then got into a position where the knees down, stomach perpendicular to the ground. And I remember like this kind of digging motion like this. And then actually got to its side and put a hand up, and I saw all 5 digits on this splayed hand, and didn't figure out till years later why would it do that. Thermal gives off IR or picks up IR, it doesn't give it off, right? And years later, we kind of figured out that it was blocking the ambient light from where the guys were and the lanterns were in our camp to be able to discern me head on. I was as close as 32 yards. And I mean, it was just effortless positioning and then getting back up, no problem. I mean, just there's this old people say they move like spiders a little bit, and I understand what they're saying. It's like the locomotion of it, the subtleties is so unique. You know it when you see it. But like I said, there was a lot I missed, but there was a lot I saw. I would love to have been able to get that footage, and I know what the money shot looks like because I've seen it. We just didn't have the technology to record back then like we do now. I press a button, it's SD, back then, I'd say SD card, boom, done. And the internal recording, you just press a button, it's over. We didn't have that ability back then, unfortunately. But I know it's attainable because I've seen it.
It was like, hey, we need to go celebrate, Not that many. No, a couple of years ago.
I mean, every continent has an ape species, It's like, why should North America not have an undiscovered ape species? So that's where I come from, and that's why I come out here and keep looking for one. Yeah, so what got me into Bigfooting was 2011. My son and I were watching History Channel or something, and there was a show about the Patterson-Gimlin film. And so as we're watching the show, I made the comment to him, and I said, hey, I go, we're not really that far from Bluff Creek. I go, we should go down there next summer. And so I started looking a little further and came across a BFRO expedition that was going to be down at Bluff Creek in 2012. And so my son and I signed up for it, and we went down to Bluff Creek in 2012. It was July or August, and went to this expedition and had a great time. So that was really how I started off into this whole Bigfooting thing. I've never really had a sighting, unfortunately. But, being out in the woods as much as I have been, I've had, probably a half a dozen really strange things happen. One time we were camped kind of up between Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier, and woke up in the middle of the night, and the zipper on the fly of my tent was going up and down. And it was just a zip, 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 zip. And, it probably went on for, 2-3 minutes with just the zipper on my fly going up and down. So that was a pretty strange thing that happened. The other really good incident we had was we were camped up in the Upper Clackamas a few years ago, and I was camped in the back of my truck. A couple of guys were camped in a tent, and we woke up shortly before sunrise, and we heard rock clacking coming from 2 different directions and wood knocking coming from a third. And this went on for several minutes. And then at one point, a couple of us thought that we had heard something like go walking right through the middle of our camp. So that was another good incident. And the third one that I had that was really strange is we were camped in the Coast Range of Oregon, out in Tillamook Forest. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and something was touching the back of my leg. I was sleeping on a cot that was inside my tent that was pushed up kind of against the back of my tent.
and I felt something touching the back of my leg. I thought at first that somebody was in the tent with me, so I kind of swung around, and of course nothing was in the tent with me. And I mean, who knows what it was? It could have been a bear pushing its nose or against the tent or something, but certainly caught my attention that particular time.
In 2018, a possible encounter occurred just miles from Sunset Falls. Though the report from the BFRO site does not involve a sighting, the witness reported that something touched one of their legs, similar to Russ's account. You can read more on this encounter by using the link in the description. Another solid report from the area occurred in 1989. Normally I would not go back this far because the land has changed so much, but this report is too good not to share. A mother and her son observed a Sasquatch from 30 feet away. The estimated height was 6'6". He was covered in black-gray fur with golden brown patches on its chest and shoulders. The hair was 4 to 5 inches and dirty with burrs in it. The head is notable because of the pronounced brow ridge and deep-set eyes. Its nose was wide and stumpy, and the shoulders were impressively wide. Its hands had thick fingers with nicotine-stained fingernails. Its torso narrowed to the waist with a small butt. The Sasquatch screamed and follows them home. After the event, a set of 12-inch and 6-inch prints were found. Earlier in the year, while a Little League baseball game was in progress at Yakult Park, a Sasquatch stepped out of the forest in full view of spectators while it briefly watched the game before retreating to the woods. A report from Yakult from 2003 involves another 6.5-foot Sasquatch. The witness had a Sasquatch approach his vehicle while he was pulled over on the side of the road. It got within 5 or 6 feet before the witness frantically drove off. He noted that it was a very difficult pill to swallow, as he has a degree in science.
The other thing that's happened too is I've camped a couple of different places, one in the Upper Clackamas and one up in northern Washington, where we've had a couple vocalizations. There was one, we were actually on a BFRO expedition and heard a vocalization way off in the distance, but it went on for probably 15-20 seconds. And then the other one up in northern Washington that we had, it was in the middle of the day. And, one of the people camped with us decided that they were going to do a call and did this call and immediately in the middle of the day got a response back. And everybody in camp, we had probably, 8-12 people in camp, and everybody heard it, right in the middle of the day.
So in 2012, me and my brother Ben, we were camped at Lower Lewis Falls, and we were trying to go to a Bigfoot hotspot. I don't remember if it was Indian Heaven or if it was Skookum Meadows, whatever it was. So we ended up at Lower Lewis Falls, and there was 6 other camp spots that were occupied, and we thought it was a terrible place to actually have any Bigfoot activity because of how loud the falls were. And so we were just trying to make the best of it. We were cooking burgers around the fire, having a couple beers, and talking sports. And it was about 8:00 p.m. on the other side of the Lewis River. We hear this, "Oh!" And then the other campsites that were occupied, there was people in their tents at that time, and then it was boom, 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 boom. Everybody was turning their lights on in the tent after hearing that, and it was extremely exciting.
We found Sunset Falls to be a very credible place to find Sasquatch. It's absolutely breathtaking and has all necessary resources for such a creature to survive. If you would like to hear Wes's entire encounter, The link to his podcast interview with Tony Merkel is also in the description. That's all for this episode. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.